वो होस्ट है सर।
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. I kindly request everyone, please take your seats. Please take your seats and please switch off your mobile phones. We are starting off with our event. Yeah. A very warm welcome to all of you. Check 1 2 1 2. Check. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Done. Okay. So, yes, I welcome all the speakers on behalf of Daiki and IITR. May I now request Mr. G. Ashok Kumar, IES, DGNMCG, please join us on the stage. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause for him, everyone. Thanks a lot, thank you. Moving ahead, now would like to request Mr. Yuki Yashoda-san, MOEJ, Japanese Embassy, Delhi. Please join us on the stage. Now would request Professor A.A. Kazmi, IIT Roorkee. Please join us over here. Now would request Mr. Rio Waza, Director, Daiki India. Please join us on the stage. Now would request Mr. Kamal Tiwari, Director and CEO, Daiki India. Also, please join us on the stage. And would request Mr. Sanjay Pant, ADG, BIS. Please join us over here. And Mr. K.C. Pandey, Advisor, Daiki India. Please take your seats, everyone. So once again, a very warm welcome to all of you, to all the people over here on Advanced On-Site Wastewater Management System, Jokasu, organized by IIT Roorkee and Daiki Access. May I now request Mr. Rio Waza-san to welcome Mr. G. Ashok Kumar, IEAS, DGNMCG, with a bouquet of flowers. और तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए everyone. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. Thanks for being here with us. May I now request Mr. Pandey to welcome Mr. Yoshida. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause. May I now request Mr. Kamal to welcome Professor Kazmi over here. And now Mr. Rio Waza to welcome Dr. Pant with a bouquet of flowers. Thanks a lot. Thank you everyone for being here with us. Moving ahead. कहते हैं किसी भी कार्य की शुरुआत हम ऊपर वाले को याद करके करते हैं और चलिए आज के दिन की शुरुआत भी हम ऐसे ही करते हैं. Let me begin the day by traditional Indian custom of lighting the lamp to start any auspicious day. May I request all the guests on the dais to move to lamp lighting area and grace the occasion. Moving ahead. May the pristine light enlighten all of us joining the program in person or online on Daiki Access YouTube or Facebook channel. And here we are for the lamp lighting ceremony.
Saraswati
Moving ahead, everyone. Water touches every life. It has always found highest respect in Indian culture. All the eyes on the screen, everyone.
आथाहि भगवान देवः तोयमूर्ते जलेश्वरः शङ्खकुन्देन दुर्वनामः मकरध्वजपाशकृकः हे ज्योति स्वरूप जल, हमारे मन को शांत करो, हमारे शरीर के जल तत्व को शुद्ध करो, ताकि हमारा अंतर मन निर्मल हो और हमारे विचार प्रभु की ओर लगें। हे ज्योति स्वरूप, मेरे मन में शुभ और अच्छे संकल्प उत्पन्न करें। अदभीह सर्वाणि भूतानि जीवन्ति प्रभवन्ति च तस्मात् सर्वेषु दानेषु तयोदानं विशेष्यते। महाभारत में कहा गया है कि संसार में जल से ही समस्त प्राणियों को जीवन मिलता है। जल का दान करने से प्राणियों की तृप्ति होती है। जल में अनेक दिव्य गुण हैं। ये गुण परलोक में भी लाभ प्रदान करते हैं।
Thank you. Moving ahead, now may I request Mr. K.C. Pandey, Advisor, Daiki Access India, to welcome everyone over here. Please join us for the welcome address.
Thank you very much. A warm welcome to everyone. After listening such a melodious voice of Bhargavi, good morning to everybody. Ohayo gozaimasu. Namaskar. And greeting and warm welcome to all of you. First of all, on behalf of Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Roorkee, a premier institute of country, and Daiki Access India, a 100% subsidiary of Daiki Access Japan, world leader in decentralized STP, I welcome you all to participate in this workshop on the topic of Advanced Site Wastewater Management System, Jokasu. I welcome Honorable Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Sri G. Ashok Kumarji. Sir, you have taken time despite current parliament session is on. Thank you so very much. I also welcome Mr. Yuki Yosoda, Embassy of Japan, Delhi, representing Ministry of Environment, Government of Japan. I also welcome Dr. Sanjay Pant, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Indian Standard. A warm welcome to leading Professor of Environment, Professor A. Kazmi of IIT Roorkee. Please give him a big. And also warm welcome to our young and dynamic Managing Director, Daiki Access, Mr. Rio Vaja. I would also like to welcome Mr. Kamal Tiwari, the Director and CEO of Daiki Access, known in the industry as a waterman of the country. I extend warm welcome to, there is going to be a big list, but I think because of the parliament session or different engagement, people are not here. Dr. V.K. Chaurasia, Joint Director, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Pardon? Chaurasia Saab, that's why I named him. And Mr. Himanshu Badoni, Executive Director, NMCG. Dr. Praveen Kumar, Technical Director, NMCG. And I think Professor Jyoti Rana, she is here from Dean Academics, Sri Vishwakarma Skill University. And various water entrepreneurs, those who are present, our good friend KP, where are you KP? KP from Bangalore, he is here. Daiki Overseas Director, Mr. Ryu Oase, and Technical Director, Dr. Saiki, who are online through Zoom Japan today, online. And I also welcome Ms. Nagai Mihonko, the first Secretary, Environment Embassy of Japan, who's going to take over from Yoshida-san here. I also welcome to all the delegates present here from various organizations, DDA, Engineering Project India Limited, Delhi Jal Board, Uttarakhand Payjal Nigam, Military Engineering Services, MCD Delhi, and Haryana Police Housing Corporation, represented by Mr. K.N. Bhatt, Superintendent Engineer. Our partners, delegates from media, and very senior journalist, Mr. C.M. Papne, please, a warm welcome to you as well. Thank you very much for coming. Well, I think galaxy of speaker and eminent speakers, so I would not be taking much of your time, but I would like to set the agenda for this morning. As you are aware that world is facing big crisis due water. It's said if there is a world war, then it would be fought on water issue only. While the world has a problem in hand, India's problem is even bigger than the world, since India is 18% of world population and 22% of world livestock populations, whereas India has only 4% of global water resources. India is heavily dependent on groundwater, and 65% of total water for drinking industry and agriculture comes from groundwater only. Depleting of groundwater is posing a big challenge. As per estimate, India is consuming 25% of total world groundwater alone, which is more than being used by China and America put together. Our total sewage and augmented installed capacity in urban area is only 30%, and only 15 out of 30%, only 50% is being utilized. The 60% sewage being generated in rural India has no infrastructure in place till date. We are facing numerous challenges. Niti Aayog report suggests that 60 crore of population face extreme water stress. About 2 lakh people lose life every year due inadequate water access to safe water. A IIT Chennai report done for Ministry of Housing and Urban Development Government of India suggests that a 10% of extra investment in wastewater treatment is expected 80% saving in basic health care. We have seen in COVID what happened, how we collapsed. So this is where is the answer. There are internationally binding obligation on India, meeting SDG goal, and India's commitment to United Framework Convention in Climate Change, UNFCCC, to improve wastewater efficiency by 20%. So there are challenges. What could be the solution? Is decentralized advanced wastewater management is the solution? A Japanese model of treat at site, reuse at site is a solution for us. As a professional working in this area, I am of the strong opinion that reduce, recycle, and reuse of water has to happen in mission mode program. And that is why our visionary Prime Minister in month of March this year only signed a memorandum of cooperation between the Government of India and Government of Japan for Jokasu technology to be implemented into the rural area in a big way. So we have large problem, large solution. But I must say, कोशिश कर हल निकल जाएगा, कोशिश कर हल निकल जाएगा, आज नहीं तो कल हल निकल जाएगा. This program of wastewater recycling and use has to become a Jan ka program. Even to that extent, as a professional, I personally feel that I must have in my house a 1 KLD plant, which we can use it for non-potable uses. I am sure today's deliberation, presentation by experts and professional, policymaker, regulatory bodies, universities, academia, and water entrepreneur and industry will come out with the appropriate solution for Indian condition. With this, I would once again extend warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais, eminent speaker, panelists, all the delegates present here and online on social media, on Facebook, YouTube, and other channels. Thank you so very much. Arigato gozaimasu. Jai Hind. Jai Hind. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Moving ahead, I request Mr. G. Ashok Kumar, IES DGN MCG, to come up on the podium for the opening remarks. Please welcome him on the dais, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Let me also start with Ohayo Gozaimasu. Uh, Good morning, everybody. It's indeed a pleasure to be here because this is, we are on a threshold of a very big revolution which we are trying to bring it in India. So let me welcome all the senior officials from the Japanese embassy, from the DICA, from the IIT Roorkee faculty, and all the people who are interested in solving one of the very basic problems of the country and which can really make a lot of difference in the country, decentralized sewage problem. It's a problem which India always brushed it under the carpet, and we were not looking at it till probably Prime Minister in his address on 2014 from the ramparts of Red Fort thought of taking this huge problem in India head on and said that we should have better sanitation facilities in the country. So Swachh Bharat Abhiyan started, and then various steps were taken for better sanitation facilities in the country, and unfortunately our earlier philosophy was big is beautiful, so we went for big STPs, huge STPs, 500 MLD, 600 MLD. I remember I used to take pride of completing 335 MLD STP at Attapur in Hyderabad way back in 2009. So we said that that's the biggest in Asia. Now when I came to Delhi as DG NMCG, I now say the biggest in Asia is coming up in Okhla in 535. So it's all big, big, big. But I am I'm interested in decentralized solution. I'm interested in small things, and definitely small things are beautiful. So Japanese is one country who have marketed the concept of small is beautiful right from the Walkman, the old days, and the small chips and all things which used to come out from Japan. So Jokasu is one of the very important innovation which has taken the world by storm, and which they have been practicing very, very nicely for almost 40 years now. From 80s I think it started, Jokasu is there. So this concept of decentralized sanitation system is very important, particularly for a country like India, where a lot of waterborne diseases are very common, where a lot of squalor and that probably the higher levels of standards of sanitation are not practiced. This is very important. I remember again going back to my old days when we was the DM of a place called Nizamabad, where in 2001 I had the opportunity to do about 140,000 toilets. What it did was, along with about habitation committee, drinking water committees which we have formed in 2001, and the 1.4 lakh toilets which built, my load of the disease burden in the district, the diarrhea cases came down drastically from 5,000 odd to 157 in 1 year. So I have personally experienced the type of improvement in the life of people, or the quality of life of people, if proper sanitation is done. So at that time I remember calculating 140,000 toilets. If at least 1 lakh toilets are used out of that 140,000, and the quantity of open the night soil which would have otherwise gone into the open area and then washed into the lakes and all which used to be the drinking water source would be about 100 tons a day. So much of quantity of night soil and the pathogens associated with it would have contaminated the drinking water, and would have been a major source of expenditure for the poor people to address those health issues. Not only it affects the health of the people, not only it plays on the income of the people, it also reduces the man days available for work. So, Honorable Prime Minister in 2014, when he started this Swachh Bharat mission, the country had after that taken a very, very important leap or milestone in the overall health index of the country, because 100 crore, almost 10 crore toilets were built, and many people have started using toilets. So this is a very, very important milestone as far as sanitation in the country is concerned. So along with it, now the 2019 election came about, when PM came out with this Jal Jeevan mission. It is water to the house of every people. So there's going to be a lot of water coming in. The availability of water at the house, at the doorstep of the house, means a lot of water, which in turn means a lot of sewage, which in turn means a large quantity of sewage will be generated, and gives more responsibility for the public health officials as well as people who are engaged in the sanitation business to ensure that proper treatment facilities is made in the country. So this is the right moment for pitching in the decentralized sanitation systems in the country, and Daiki has rightly done it so with the help of Japanese government in 2019 when we had the agreement, and afterwards we had COVID, which reduced the probably expansion of it. But now Namami Gange and NMCG is also pitching it very hard that we would like to have a smaller decentralized solutions for sanitation facilities in the country rather than big STPs built. No, but this is fundamentally wrong, because big STPs are very costly. It involves a lot of environmental issues. It involves high cost of maintenance. It involves displacement of people to a large extent, because most of our projects are stuck because of the land issues, because we require land for that. And then carrying this entire sewage in a huge pipeline, many times open drains to some part of the country, city, then treat it there and bring it back as a reusable water. It's a huge expenditure by itself. Taking the sewage in a drain to some corner of the city where this STP is built, treat it there, spending so much of electricity, and then probably many times bringing it back for industrial purposes. As I said, it's a very huge expenditure. So the best solution would be look for decentralized sanitation facilities or decentralized treatment of water. That exactly is what the Jokasu model is all about. A very small 100 KLD to 1 MLD to 2 MLD treatment capacity at the household level, or not at the household level, probably a gated community level or a society level. Particularly if you look at in India, the Delhi and all, maybe 2-3 housing societies or colonies can build a small unit and then treat the water there. This is particularly useful when you have apartments, because complexes which houses maybe 30-40 flats. The place I stay, we have about 40 flats in one building. So earlier it should be a 1-story, 2-story building, and maybe 1 or 2 habitations, households used to be there. But now with high-rise buildings, you have the density of households going up, the density of people living in a small area has gone up, which means that proportionately your sewage output also is going up very high. So ideally, if we have small water treatment facilities, sewage treatment facilities available in a society, we can help many things. One, we can prevent this flow of sewage. I would say the procession of sewage around the city to the STP can be avoided. That also brings in a lot of stink and other dirt associated with our city will be much cleaner. While treating this water, the sanitation, the sewage water at the site itself also brings in facilities of less maintenance cost, also brings in more people's participation, because people will be involved in that, rather than now if you ask anybody in Delhi, they said not my responsibility, I thrown it out of my house. Where it goes, what it does, I am not concerned. It is the responsibility of the Delhi Jal Board or people like Namami Gange to take care of their sewage. If we treat the water probably in the household, probably they also get much more involved in that. They also may feel that okay, they are contributing in keeping the city clean, people's participation is brought in, and most important is if the treated water can be recycled there, that would be a major saving for the water. So the concept of reuse, reuse and recycle is slowly catching up in India. It has to catch up because of the shortage of water which we face, shortage of good water we face because of the pollution of the water bodies in the cities. Urban areas particularly, you find a lot of areas, partly because of encroachment, partly because of letting off the sewage into the water bodies. The good water bodies in the city areas are disappearing, are getting polluted, and the availability of water is coming down. So if we can recycle the water, if we can treat the water in situ and then and bring it, put it down to the aquifer down below your house, your water table also will increase. And that exactly was the campaign of the Catch the Rain, which was very successfully done last year. It is still going on. The PM himself suggested that we should have ability to catch the rain where it falls, when it falls. It is another beautiful example of decentralized water storage. So we don't let the water to be flown out somewhere, taken to a dam somewhere, and then impound it there, and then bring it back in canals to the fields. If we can store the rainwater falling in your compound, in your place, and then let it sink in your compound, your water table goes up, your expenses, your urban flood can be considered. There are a lot of advantages of catching the rain where it falls, when it falls. Similarly, I would extend this to the slogan, catch the sanitary or sewage where it is generated and when it is generated at the place. So that would also help us in maintaining the aesthetics of the city, maintaining the health of the city, maintaining the water table of the city. Particularly going beyond the city, if we go to the rural areas. Rural areas, we have houses are distributed in India. Houses are distributed far and wide. You have fields in between and then some sort of houses, a cluster of houses. So there, again, it will be very difficult to build STPs or carry the sewage to some STP far away, treat it and use it. The ideal solution would be to have a Jokasu model of decentralized water storage or FSTP facilities, which treat the sewage at that place and then use it. So Professor Kasmi is there. This technology, though, was developed in Japan. Probably we'll have to tailor make it into Indian conditions. The Indian temperature conditions are different. In the Indian, probably, I don't know, the viruses are all different. I don't know. Bacteria is different. I don't know. But there are adaptations to be made for this technology to be Indian conditions, which the technology providers and the experts like Professor Kasmi and all will be advising us. And I thank Daiki for bringing this technology to India, and thank the Japanese government for supporting us with this, helping us to support us. I was there in Kumamoto and Tokyo last month with the Honorable Minister for the 4th Asia Pacific Water Summit. So there we had discussion with the Japanese Minister of the Environment also, where he was also very, very interested in spreading this technology in India in a big way. So I hope that this workshop today would be eye-opener to many people. I hope that this technology spreads very fast to interiors of the country. I hope that this Make in India campaign, which Honorable Prime Minister has again started, would help in making this components of Jokasu technology available in India, made in India, so that we also be proud of getting this localized technology used in the rural areas of the country or in different parts of the cities. I'm told Delhi Jal Board has ordered about 40 locations to be for the Jokasu. We are also promoting that. So I hope that today's workshop would be very helpful in spreading this awareness, spreading the message of Jokasu, and spreading the message of small is beautiful. Once again, thank you all, and congratulate Daiki and the Japanese officials for coming up with this workshop here and spreading the message of decentralized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Now I request Mr. Yuki Yoshida, MOEJ, Japanese Embassy, Delhi, to give a presentation on Japanese contribution in India in the field of on-site wastewater technology. Please welcome him over here.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me such a wonderful workshop for the better understanding to the Jokasu technologies originated in Japan. So my name is Yuki Yoshida as an environmental attaché in the Embassy of Japan. And originally, I was dispatched from the Environmental Ministry in Japan. Yes, but I'm so unfortunate. But I will shift back to Japan in near future in August. But yeah, my successor Mihoko Nagai is also be here, and he will support for further collaboration with Indian government. So my presentation will be Japanese contribution in India in the field of Jokasu technology. So let me begin. So this is the outline of Jokasu technology. So Jokasu is categorized as decentralized wastewater treatment system for domestic wastewater discharged by household, building, and so on. Jokasu has been developed in Japan, applied by Jokasu Act, enacted on 1983, performance evaluation system, license of skilled technician for installation, and some legal inspection, etc. So that means Jokasu technology can treat gray water and black water. Both the water will treated properly and discharged less than 20 milligram per liters, the BOD, the consideration. And the nitrogen and other chemicals will be treated and to discharge to the public water. And so Jokasu technology is authorized by the Japanese government. It means any types of Jokasu. So Jokasu have a so big scale and small scale size of the Jokasu is available in Japan and also in India. So that all types of Jokasu is categorized and evaluated and authorized by the government of Japan. So that reliable system due to the governmental certification. And Japan has a long history and enough installation records over 3.5 million in it. And it has been installed totally around 3.5 million units in Japan and also 45,000 in overseas. So recently, you can see that light up graph, upside of graph. So recently, the installation pace will be increasing for the overseas installation. And yeah, so all of the world has been installed in Jokasu system, like Germany in Europe and Kenya in Africa and Oman, or some other USA and some other Asian country like Vietnam, Indonesia, and Thailand, and so on. So many installation has been done by the private company in Japan, like Dignitary. So for the promotion of the Jokasu, so MOEJ, Ministry of Environment, Japan, has hosted international workshop on decentralized wastewater treatment in Asia, and to share the Japanese legal system and regulation and experiences. So maybe 3 years back, 2019 December, yes, we have the workshop here, maybe exactly this room, yes, same room, yes, for the promotion of the Jokasu system. In the presence of MOEJ's officials and Dignitary and other Japanese private companies to present Jokasu technologies. So, yes. And application of Jokasu system is large areas. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So rural area and agricultural area also, and rapid development area, and closed wastewater area, and emergency hygiene improvement area, and also the city. So for important buildings such as hospital or public toilet is applicable for the Jokasu installation. And this this picture will this picture shows the after installation of the Jokasu system. So you can see the clean water discharge from the household. And from now on, I would like to explain about the cooperation between India and Japan. So as you may know, on 19 March this year, Minister of Jal Shakti and the Ministry of Environment in Japan exchanged MOC related to Jokasu technology in the presence of both Prime Minister. You can see that Kishida-san and Modi-san. And the scope of cooperation is decentralized domestic wastewater treatment management and effective reuse of treated wastewater. So the recycle and the reused treated wastewater is yes, important. So I think, and everyone thinks so. So, and recently both ministries are discussing the form of management council and other preparation work, like joint working program. This will be some document to manage our MOC. So this is implementation phases for the MOC recently. And further cooperation example for the Vietnam. For example, in Vietnam, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment has interest to the implementation of Jokasu technologies. So that's why the government of Japan in Environment Ministry provided training for the better understanding for installation of Jokasu technology, and also management and management system to the Vietnam offshore workers. And Japanese government provided some workshop for the learning course of methodology of evaluation of performance of the Jokasu and the calculation of pit capacity. Oh, yeah, thank you. So that will will lead the better understanding of the Jokasu. How can we utilize the equipment and how can we utilize the discharged water? And I think these kinds of cooperation are the one of the potential areas between also Japan and India. So we would like to discuss in near future for the between India and Japan with Jal Shakti. Oh, this is my last presentation. So I hope this workshop will be successful and will be helpful for the better understanding for the Jokasu technology. And I hope it will be the best opportunity to collaborate someone else to the Daiki axis. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Moving ahead. Now I request Professor A.A. Kazmi, IIT Roorkee, to give a presentation on performance evaluation of Jokasu in Indian conditions by IITR. Please welcome him over here with a huge round of applause.
Yeah, morning. I don't want to discuss only the performance evaluation of Jokasu system in the Indian conditions. It's a long journey. So it's 20 years long journey, and maybe you didn't know about that. We have suggested this Jokasu type of system in 2013 to Supreme Court for the Delhi Jal Board for the revival of Yamuna. And prior to that, just I want to discuss. In 2003, or 20 years ago, we published a paper when I was in Japan. I was working in Nishihara Corporation. They also made the Jokasu, different kind of Jokasu. We published this paper, small scale on-site system in Japan, in Indian Institute of Engineers about 20 years ago. And we got this best paper award there. And afterwards, we are involved with JECS, Japan Center for Environmental Sanitation. And we did several workshops, trainings, and this was Jokasu testing facility in Japan 2010. And then with CPHU, we went to Japan because CPHU manual was developed with the help of JICA, and we go for training many times. And then in 2013, this was the Jokasu training, just check the transparency and other tests for the Jokasu. And we built this Jokasu system in CPHM manuals. Mr. Charasia was also the member. And we put in 2013, you say that this is a technology, and we put this kind of system. Even though this system is, first system is different than Daiki axis. They have two-stage anaerobic filter and contact aeration. But we give this kind of systems. Yes, we can involve because we have tested whatever the tested facilities we put in the manual. We haven't put anything that we haven't tested that all over the world. There are nothing like a special kind of bacteria for the treatment of drain or some kind of blah blah type of systems. The manual we have checked. We have, because Jokasu, in Japan they were using Jokasu from 1960s. And initially maybe anaerobic filter, then some kind of aeration, then contact aeration, then three chambers, and then you can say that in 1980s or something Jokasu Act developed. And a lot of developments taken place. And even 20 years ago, they developed the membrane Jokasu. 20 years ago. So then we put this kind of system in the Ministry of Drinking Water Supply Sanitation book, technologies for the solid and liquid waste management rural areas. There we put also Jokasu. in 2015. And this system, we put it like first stage anaerobic filter and contact aeration. And there's nothing like specified or patented kind of technology. It's a basically simple 3 or 4 tank systems, and with various technologies. Like we have a settling means septic tank. Then we have anaerobic filter, we have attached media. Then we have a contact aeration or fixed media, then we can say IFAS or MBBR. Then we have a settling tank and disinfection by chlorine tablets. So this is the anaerobic filter type. Anaerobic filter we developed in 1960 in India already, and CBRI have this anaerobic filter, like settling tank and anaerobic filter type of flow tank. And then contact aeration means MBBR or some fixed media aeration. And this is called Jokasu. Jokasu means tank for treatment tank. This can be made with plastic, syntax made with plastics, HDPE, and then here we made the fiberglass. So nothing like, just I want to tell you there's several tanks, and then we have several systems, and it's very fundamental kind of thing, nothing very, very specialized. But the main thing is how we developed, how we put the media in that, what kind of media, how we much recirculation, how much aeration, how we optimize the system. This is the technology for specific companies. Like initially, as I told, because I have some catalogs from my earlier company, that this is simple aeration system, settling tank aeration system, maybe in 1980s or 70s. Then contact aeration system, second. And third one, you can see BOD 20 milligram per liter at the maybe standard Jokasu system. And initially they made it for the black water, then they made it for combined black and gray water, and then they mix. And then now this system is for both black water and gray water, like household sewage. Then this was the recirculation system. They had the recirculation system, and they increased the size for the nitrogen and BOD removal, excess BOD removal. For phosphorus, we had the alum coagulant, but also they developed that electrocoagulation system, but I don't think it is successful for the removal of phosphorus. But by alum or polyaluminum chloride addition, we can remove the phosphorus very easily. And this membrane, they put the membrane for the separation in the last tank. Instead of settling tank, they put the membrane. And this was developed about 20 years ago. And you can put several kind of membranes, and Daiki have these kind of membranes. This is how the things developed. And now we are at this stage, like, it's not working, sorry. For that. Now, is the pointer nature. Wait, just. Okay. Take our pointer. So this is basically this kind of system we evaluated. This first tank is a simple settling tank. You can see settling tank separation and degradation. The first tank is the septic tank. You can see. First tank is the septic tank where settling and degradation at the bottom takes place, and about 30% BOD we assume removes here. Then second tank is the anaerobic filter tank. We have an upflow anaerobic filter type system. We have attached media, and the anaerobic bacteria degraded the soluble BOD. And then thereafter, maybe they have 2-stage anaerobic filter tank, maybe 1 stage. Here in this case, 1 stage. And then it moves to MBBR, moving bed biofilm reactor. Moving bed biofilm reactor. Why MBBR wasn't successful in India? Because instead of anaerobic filter, they just put the 3 hours or 1 hour or 1.5 hour MBBR tank here in India. That was become. And here the MBBR tank, the detention time is more than 6 hours. Anaerobic filters, maybe more than 10 hours. Anaerobic filter more than 12 hours. First tank more than 12 hours. So detention time is much, much higher. So here 2 days detention time. And there maybe 20 years ago, our MBBR tank only 1 hour detention time. Therefore, we almost eliminated from the India. This was a problem, but here big and properly controlled. Then we have a settling tank and disinfection by the chlorine tablets, and recirculation for the removal of nitrogen. So this is all the system for the evaluation. Now you can see there are about 3 kind of STP together in a compact tank. Three kind of STP. They're just because first STP is septic tank, second is anaerobic filter we use in many industrial wastewater treatment systems. Third is MBBR, we use it for the sewage treatment, and these 3 tanks, and with disinfection system. We installed in IIT to check for Indian conditions, because everybody wants that, okay, have you tested this system for Indian condition? We didn't have any idea. We didn't got it because the company, they started about 2-3 years ago. So I want, but now we have this opportunity. Then we have taken for the sewage, actual sewage. But in the sewage, our STP, like in Delhi Jal Board also, or most of you know, the BOD of these STP is about 150 milligram per liter, but we have to test the system for 300 milligram per liter, more than 300, because on the way about 50% of the BOD degraded in India. Therefore, once the BOD generated at your household is 300, but on the way to STP it becomes 150. Therefore, we have to increase the concentration of the BOD by adding methanol and other things to make to check it for the actual condition. This is 5 KLD Jokasu system. And this is a tertiary treatment. Just DG and MCC told that, okay, their systems for Jokasu have the BOD standard of 20 ppm, but can it satisfy 10? Yes. 80% of the time it satisfies 10. But COD for 100% of the time it satisfies 50. But if we put this kind of tertiary treatment, then maybe I got sometimes 12 BOD or 13 BOD, and 80% of the time less than 10 BOD. We can put this kind of filter, then 100% of the time we can get the BOD 10. We have this kind of system. And now you can see here, this is the total installation, and we tested it. This is the total installation. You can see it's 5 meter cube per day. You can put underground, you can put overground, you can put this kind of system. You can say several STPs together. Actually, this system, basically we have to test it for 25 degrees centigrade, because once, that is very important criteria, for 25 degrees centigrade is a standard system, and once we want to test it to 15 degrees centigrade, then our system become bigger. Then 15 degrees centigrade, then it become 2 times, and if you want to go for 10 degrees, it become 3 times. So just we have to increase the size. Like for Kashmir, we have checked the MBBR, so we require 9-hour detention time compared to 3 hours here in Delhi. So for our system become 3 times bigger. Like all our Masuri plants, all our Nainital plants, the cost is about 2 or 3 times, 3 times than the normal plants. Therefore, you have to pay also 3 times more than. In Shimla, we designed the SBR, we are making the SBR. The detention time is 31 hours. But here you can find the detention time in Noida 12 hours or 13 hours, SBR, CTEC or something, 31 hours. Therefore, here also for a lower temperature, we have to increase the size. So this is, but it works. It works because in Japan it works, this means it will work here. But here we did long-term evaluation, for 1 year evaluation we have checked. And also this is important. The dissolved oxygen in the first tank in the anaerobic is about 0.5, or you can say about 0. But in the MBBR tank it is around 4 to 5 milligram per liter. This means we require blower of about half horsepower to 1 horsepower. It depends on the type of Jokasu. But we have to maintain these dissolved oxygen concentrations here, more than 3, more than 4 or something like that. This means we require aeration. It's an energy intensive process we have to keep in mind. And we can reduce the energy bill by putting the solar panels or something, or by optimization. Therefore, this we have to consider in our mind. Now you can see COD. So COD of our system, that inlet COD, prepared raw water, varies from 150 to about 950. You can see so much fluctuation is there in the COD inlet, but almost all 95% of the, you can say 100%, there was some problem with the system, but you can get less than 50 COD. And you can see this final outlet means after tertiary treatment, the COD is around 10 or 15 or 20 milligram per liter. So very, very clean water you can get by this kind of system. And you can see fluctuation is there, too much fluctuation with the COD values. And BOD. Now we comes to the BOD, that's the most important aspect. Here you can see the BOD also varies from 50 to about 300. We have to test it more, but anyway, this is the general BOD. We got it in our system, and most of the time we got about less than 10. But after putting this tertiary treatment system, you can see this tertiary treatment system, we got 5 to 10, and very easily. That's why in Japan, because they are very safe, therefore their standards of BOD is 20. The 20 is maybe 15, I can say 100% of the time. But if you want to play with 10 or 15, we have to put some kind of tertiary treatment system, the case to case. And you can see with the tertiary treatment system, we can get about less than less than 5 even sometimes. You can see less than 5 BOD. This is green is tertiary treatment system, but this is the Jokasu outlet. For last 2 months, 3 months, we are getting less than 10 BOD, but after treatment, we can get less than even 5. Suspended solids, our NGT standard is about 20 ppm. Almost all the time we got less than 20 milligram per liter suspended solids. You can see here, and after tertiary filtration, you can get 5, even less than that. And this is the quality of water that we got. Mr. Badoni and other people, they have seen this, and this almost very clean water like here, you can get this kind of system. So after putting so many tanks, after putting so many treatment plants together, after giving so much energy and after giving so much cost, at least this was our target. Otherwise, septic tank is good enough, and we can compare the quality of septic tank with this kind of system. And the biggest problem is nitrogen. Nitrogen, yes, our standards are quite strict for nitrogen, and we have to be very careful in selecting the technology for nitrogen removal. And the systems, actually, we have tested, and we faced some problem initially with the nitrogen removal. But because our recirculation rate is very high, so we control our recirculation rate. And then this is the inlet nitrogen. For last 3 or 4 months, we are getting even less than 10 ppm nitrogen. And most of the time, and you know, tertiary treatment doesn't work for nitrogen. It can just control 10% of the nitrogen, nothing. Tertiary treatment only control maybe BOD or suspended solids, no nitrogen. So you can see the tertiary treatment, there's no nitrogen. There's no effect of nitrogen, but the system can remove the nitrogen because the NGT standard, and we have for the critical stretches, for the like Himalaya or other places, we have to control the nitrogen also. Phosphorus, very easy to control. Just we have to add alum or polyaluminum chloride. 100 ppm dose is enough to get the 1 ppm effluent phosphorus, and you can get most of the time less than 1 ppm phosphorus by adding 100 ppm of the polyaluminum chloride or alum. Fecal coliform, we have the chlorine tablets like this kind of tube, and the water passes through the chlorine tablet, and then it can bring the coliform concentration zero almost every time. So very, very safe, but you have to change the chlorine tablets. You have to change then you have to pay again. You have to pay the cost for the chlorine tablet every 6 months. You have to check chlorine monthly. Yes, this means monthly. To get zero, these coliforms, now we are getting very high coliforms in our Ganga river. Therefore, anytime if we make anything there, we have to bring it to zero, but monthly. Therefore, things hidden are there, many plants together, lot of power, and monthly chlorine check, and also checking. Therefore, this is operation maintenance, very severe. This we have checked for the normal Jokasu, for the BOD 20 ppm. They installed in the governor house of Uttarakhand, and this is the after septic tank effluent, we put this Jokasu system. And you can see this quality. This is here they instead of bigger blower, they use the half size blower because they don't require nitrogen removal, they don't require BOD 10 ppm. And here with this analysis, this is the influent analysis, this is the effluent, this is the chlorine tablets. The water passes through these chlorine tablets, this tube. And these are the results. These are because this only we have to remove the BOD. Here that COD is 39. And BOD is 23 because they supply the motor, the power is less, and TS is 15. And after tertiary filtration, means after the filtration, sand filtration, BOD reduced to 18. And this is the standard, the certified MOEF standard. And in the panel discussion, we discussed which standard we should follow for this kind of systems. So anyway, both systems we have checked, and we found out most of the time they work very well. Just I want to discuss some of our studies that we did it for the simple kind of this kind of system, septic tank or anaerobic filter kind of system like syntax system. And this is the DRDO biodigester and all kind of anaerobic package system, whatever available, that doesn't require any power. And you can see here is the BOD effluent. This is the influent BOD, 300 to 400, 500, this actual household. And you can see most of the time, the BOD is around, you can say 80 to 70 to 150. So this is the 70 to 150. And there we can get about 10 to 20 milligram per liter. Therefore, everything is free, no power. But then we have to now make compromise that, okay, whether we require this kind of quality, we can go for without powerless system. And total suspended solids just satisfies this standard. Just I want to compare both kind of systems. Therefore, first we require simple anaerobic filter, and once thereafter we have to put aeration system, then we can get the BOD. Like as DG and MCG was telling that he made this Hyderabad 335 MLD plant, and this was the effluent quality of 335 MLD USB plant, and this was the quality of pond effluent, and this is the quality of our all advanced ASP effluent system. Like you can see the Diligel board AO process, or you can say here all SBRs, most of the SBRs basically in the Ganga belt. We are getting this quality of water here. Even Commonwealth game that MBR also. And similarly now, this anaerobic package or septic tank, we can get this kind of quality of water if we really doing well, if it go proper desludging, if we design everything very well, then we can get this quality. And now we require this quality. This means all these efforts are going on to bring this quality to this. In last 12 years, we bring this quality, we improve this quality to this quality, and now in next how many years we can bring this quality. This is the effort, this is the challenge, and we have to really work hard for these kind of systems. And here, why we require this quality, we can say that, okay, wherever we cannot put the sewerage system, it takes long time to, or maybe remote locations, we have to go for this kind of systems, and that is by law. Therefore, we have to check this. This have a lot of scope for the low temperature like resorts, like our places like Shimla or Jammu Kashmir or Himachal or Uttarakhand. So we have to test this system for low temperature conditions also. And low temperature system is also simple. I think 5 KLD kind of system, we can just put only 2.5 KLD. This means almost detention time become double. And we have to test for the membrane Jokasu system, because membrane is the final barrier, and you cannot get any disturbance in the quality. Sometimes we can get disturbance in the quality for a month, but in the membrane you never got. But membrane, you have to pay twice or thrice operation cost. So this is all by the independent evaluation of the Jokasu system. And if you have any question, I can be here for taking up the questions, or afterwards. Yes, please. 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 Thank you.
Being in government, we are now thinking that on the experience of Swachh Bharat Mission, that solid waste management,
Yeah.
how to make used water or the sewage also management so simpler that people also involved in ULP. Right now, in case of sewage management, it is only engineering organization's job. Nobody normally peep into it because it is a specialized job.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is the reason such a huge barrier is there in treatment of it and involvement of it. We understand.
Yes, yeah.
Similar position has been before launching of Swachh Bharat Mission in 2014, where centralized plant, all other things people were not doing. But now people are treating waste like solid waste at home also, community also, centralized also, centralized
Yes.
also, lot of recycling and other things are coming.
Yes.
This has really revolutionized, and circularity is coming, and that government of India is also going to take in big way. Here in case of used water also, this concept is very good, idea is very good, but two things I want to understand. How to keep it simple.
Yeah.
I want to understand, like you mentioned, it is having settling tank also.
Yeah,
after
yeah,
that
yeah,
anaerobic
yeah.
filter also. After that MBBR also.
Yes, yes,
after
yes.
that, what I find, I let us say from government angle and from people and
Yeah.
ULB angle, I don't want 5-10 BOD. Right now, even 80%, 70% is discharged at 220, 150 BOD.
Yeah.
Nobody is caring for
Nobody,
that.
yeah.
In first step, we will go incrementally what is doable. Let us say these norms are even 30, 40.
Yeah, yeah.
At decentralized doesn't matter. It is not concentrated, so much potential pollution it is not
Yes,
going to
yes,
create.
yes.
So how you can intervene to make it simple so that the individual household owner or apartment owners dependence is minimum on engineers. Let us say once it is installed, it was here I could see that once MBBR is there, this anaerobic biofilm reactor
Yeah,
is there.
yeah.
So there may be frequent chances of changing, monitoring, otherwise performance rate deeper. So So this is one thing, whether is, because you have already
Yes,
researched
yeah,
on it,
yeah.
how we can make it simple. And second thing, by doing all these things, cost is also somehow
Yeah,
going up. I
yeah,
can
yes,
mention
yes, yes.
If you want to go to even membrane filtration, cost
Much,
will
yes.
go like that, the price
yes,
rise. So to cut cost also, so that it become more and more affordable, what more can be done? These two things, make it simple and cost
Yes.
cutting, so that it goes decentralized waste goes in many people, and simple to operate and maintain and quickly implement
Yes,
that.
very important. Actually, for last 50 or 60 years of experience of Japan, this is the simplest means non-clogging system. Why they put the settling tank? To make it simple, so that the further treatment is very easy. Why they make the anaerobic filter? To make the MBBR very easy. So first stage settling, make it simple already. Why they add? Then anaerobic filter non-clog, because the clogging matter already settled in the settling tank. Then the third tank means you got only 70 or 80 milligram per liter BOD MBBR. That means it will not going to clog. So that is the thing. And once MBBR not going to clog, the settling tank also have very less MLSS. So very simple. Only the thing is that you have to check whether everything is working well for a month, every month, and you have to check the chlorine tablets. Nothing is there, nothing, and every time they check the every 6 month transparency. So no problem with the operation, just if you don't put any maybe outside thing in the toilet or something, like we know that, our septic tank. So almost there is no issue. And you have to clean the first tank and finish it every 6 months or 1 year. So it is already very simple, because in Japan they make it very simple. Therefore, but for chlorine, if you are very strict about the chlorine, if you want to have disinfection, you have to check. And you have to check every 3 months to 6 months, everything working well. Therefore, almost you have to make it simple. Therefore, as I told you, the anaerobic filter, septic tank, cheapest, 20,000 rupees. Then you make anaerobic filter, 30,000 rupees. You got 150 BOD effluent. Then you put the contact aeration. So it depends what kind of BOD. If you require very good quality BOD, at least you have to go for these tanks. This is for the last, because initially they put the aeration system, Japan, but they say the problem happens. Then they put the anaerobic contact aeration. Then they say problem happens. Then they put the anaerobic filter. Therefore, it all evolved in last for 50, 60 years. So this is the thing.
But here I would like to just submit something. In Japan, because we are taking most of the things, and there it has evolved. So naturally, based on their norms and other things, they had been keep on evolving, and other things they have been getting. This may not be situation some 30 years back. It may be starting from only 1 or 2 units. So why I want to understand that, let us say out of that, which unit even if we reduce, so that even let it give 30 BOD doesn't matter, because till disinfection is being done, 30 BOD, 20 BOD in decentralized manner doesn't work. But if you bring to 5 and 10
BOD,
it costs. And what is our
30.
requirement to reach to more people and treat more untreated sewage, rather than the treating to very high
you are right. Yes, you are right. But you know well about our STPs. The people say the cost rises exorbitantly if you made the BOD standard 10 or this, but the cost increase only 20-25% only. Therefore, for this 10 to 30, you increase only 30% of the cost. It doesn't increase 2 or twice or thrice. That is very important.
We will separately discuss, but 20-30% over the secondary. But in the process, many of the treatment options get eliminated, and it reduced to only 2-3, and because of that, completion reduces, and that 30% increase is over the next lower one. If you consider the various treatment options that evolve, then cost this increase is huge. And because this is one of the reasons that where we are not able to think about smaller town, smaller ULB villages, we are concentrating only in larger one. But major people even live in these smaller towns also, and they also have aspirations for better this sewage management system. But people think people are used to live like that, and let us concentrate on that, and that too more aerobic system, like rightly you mentioned in your presentation, in colder countries, whatever the requirement requirement of retention time aeration
Yeah,
is more,
more.
and here by God gifted we have
Yes.
higher temperature, so every 10-degree temperature increases degradation rate
double.
more than
Yeah,
double.
yeah, yeah.
So we are not taking advantage. All our standard, all our learning is from Europe and
Yeah,
sometimes
yeah,
America.
yeah, yeah.
These things being from a premier research institute, you people should think that how
Okay.
to individualize and
Yes.
bring it more affordable. Because sewage may being in the government, we always face criticism. It is very cost intensive, lot of inconvenience, and after that end result is not very significant. There are many other sectors where we can invest and people can be benefited more. This zinc we have to bring.
Okay.
Break this zinc we have to bring. This can be done only academician like you, other sector people, they think about how to make simple system simple, and treatment should be given according to requirement. I don't know how these things came, 10 BOD, 5 BOD.
Yeah,
It is
yeah,
not
yeah.
a proud ki I am treating.
Yeah, yeah.
Treatment should be given to a system which it can afford. मतलब UN resolution है कि treatment should not be given to a process the lowest it can afford. Beyond that, why we are giving? If something is required 50 BOD only, what is fun of giving 5 BOD? It cost, and other people don't understand in the
but
market.
Chaurasia Saab, the problem is that if you discharge 30 BOD water to the environment, nobody likes it. If you go to your that is another.
I told general thing.
Yeah, general thing.
Where
That is
whatever
why.
is required.
Yeah, you can ask.
So may I contribute?
Yes, yes.
So
Just,
very interesting. I think we will deal with
Hmm.
this subject.
Yes.
Dr. Chaurasia, we have a special panel discussion.
Yes, we
where
can
you are
discuss in
also
the panel.
part. We will
And if
deal
you have
with
any-
what
yes,
should be
we
the
can
right
discuss this
standard
very important
for
issue,
this.
how we can use the temperature. Any question? Yeah, yeah.
I just want to supplement
Yeah.
what Chaurasia sir is asking about. So definitely there is a dedicated session on which we will discussing about the standards
Yeah.
solutions. If we don't require say 10 and
Yeah.
like why do we need 10? That will be determined by whether we are disposing that treated effluent into a water body, particularly a lake or pond.
Yeah,
In case
yeah,
of
yeah.
SBM2,
Yeah.
either that discharge point will be lake or pond. So in
Yeah.
that case, we have to ensure that nutrients removal are done.
Yes.
So there are various models in this
Yes.
Jokasu, like
Yes.
model 1,
Yes,
model 2
yes.
and model 3. And similarly, if it is being reused for irrigation, then I think nutrient
Yeah,
removal
not required.
is a waste.
Waste.
Because if nitrogen and phosphorus is retained, that wastewater in agriculture applications or horticultural applications will have better results.
Yeah.
Depending upon, I think we will discuss this in subsequent sessions, like the norms, like whether
Yeah,
the
norms.
norm should be defined by uniform norms across
Yeah.
the country, or it should be depending upon
Depending on
the
the size.
capacity of the receiving environment. So that we can discuss in that
Yes,
session.
yes, you are right. How to optimize, how to make it smaller, how to cut off some of the things. Yes, you are right. This is with time we can optimize the
Yeah.
processes. You are right.
So-
we can have, yes, more
So,
people can afford.
Professor Kazmi, two
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
response I would like to give to Dr. Chaurasia, and I
Yeah.
think it's a very healthy
Yes.
conversation.
Yes,
happening
he's
with
right,
the
yeah.
right person. 2 point you made, that how do we make system very simple for users to operate. So simple approach for any, let's say, such solution is to standardize, make it like a product which is made in a factory, so that it is consistent in terms of performance, and you rely more on science than on person. So if you look at all the processes are scientific processes made it in the factory, and you don't expect user to intervene with the process on regular basis. That is one. Second, if you look at India, we have the scale. There is no other country in the world which will have such a large scale for decentralized on-site systems. So as we move along, for example, if you look at Daiki in last just 3 years of history has now opened up 2 factories in India. So it's a large scope, and the moment it will go to adaptation, I think cost will drop significantly. And what we are saying is Jokasu is providing you choices. You have a choice of a system which can treat water to 20 BOD level consistently throughout the life. You can choose from that. If you need, let's say, nitrogen phosphorus control, that is also available. If you need, let's say, a reused water for high quality for your industrial application, then MVR Jokasu is also available. And let's deal with the subject of standardization. There is a lot of confusion in the market, and we have, let's say, opportunity of all of you experts being here. we'll deal with that in the panel discussion. So thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you so much. Moving ahead, everyone. May I now request Mr. Sanjay Pant, DDG, Bureau of Indian Standards, BIS, to come up on the podium and give a presentation on BIS standards on related subject and packaged sewage treatment systems. Please welcome him over here.
Thank you. Good. Dignitaries on the dais, my friends of the dais, welcome to all of you to this session. I think most of the things have already been said. We had a reasonable debate also we have had. So let me bring some other angle to the entire debate. I am from Bureau of Indian Standards, the national standards body of the country. Every country has one body which deals with the development of standards. There are other bodies also who do, which are also called standards developing organization, like CPHE is also sort of a standards developing. They develop manuals, and at national level, BIS, the Bureau of Indian Standards, develops. Internationally, there is an ISO, International Organization for Standardization. You must be versed with ISO 9000 and other certification. There are IEC, in International Electrotechnical Commission, and so ultimately, whenever a new technology or system comes, we always feel that there must be somebody who should be able to say, this is the right way to describe a technology or a system or a process or a product, and can it be certified that it is complying to those norms. So those norms are given in documents called standards. In our case, Indian standards. So we have around 21,000 Indian standards formulated by BIS, and out of that more than 10,000 are product standards which are certifiable with the popular mark called ISI mark. So we can think in the fashion that can we have a standard on this decentralized or packaged sewage treatment plant technology? Can we have a standard? Worldwide there is no standard. So we will make a standard. India will have one first standard worldwide, and we are on the cusp of development of that standard. Already we are on the anvil. A first draft cut has already come. We are improving upon that document. It needs a little time, whether it is an issue of refinement to the quality level of output water, or refinement on the technological aspects, protection of consumers. Ultimately, the standards are for the users. These are also for the industry. These are also for academics. These are also for research. So we are in the process of development of standards. We have standards already developed, IS 4111 series of standard for sewerage system. We have IS 2470 for installation of septic tank, which is in situ septic tank. We have 12314 for code of practice for sanitation with leaching pits. We have a new already published standards on precast concrete septic tanks, IS 9872. We also have a draft standard which is under process for towards finalization on rotationally molded polyethylene septic tank, and this is under process right now. And we have a specification for biodigesters which is under publication right now based on DRDO technology. Now we are working on this packaged STP also. We are working with the team of Daiki on this particular technology. My general understanding of the entire, because this confusion will remain, we are on the path of rapid urbanization and development. This will have many components. One of the components is the land development, is good township itself. So there are standards for proper amenities. We need to have schools, colleges, hospitals, fire brigade, police, security, commercial and other developments happening. So there is a proper balanced land development at township level. Within the township level, we have master plan and zonal development plan, layout plan, and each zone should be self-sufficient with proper types of building construction. Everything is housed in building. Activities happen through buildings. And the National Building Code of India covers all this gamut of information with the 9 types of building. Group A, residential; B, educational; C, institutional; D, assembly; E, business; F, mercantile; G, industrial; H, storage; and J, hazardous type of building. All these buildings have subcategories also, and these buildings are required to be served from the point of view of structural safety, fire safety, health safety, and public safety. These are the issues of health safety which we are talking today. Water supply, drainage, sanitation. The National Building Code of India, which is BIS, has formulated, NBC 2016, has got 33 chapters, 13 parts divided into various parts and sections and subsections, making 30. One of the parts is, it reads like Part 0, integrated approach for applying the provision of the code. Part 1, definition. 2, administration. 3, development controls and general building requirement. 4, fire and life safety. 5, building materials. 6, structural design. 7, construction practices. 8, building services. 9, plumbing services including solid waste management. 10, outside development, external development. And 11 is on approach to sustainability. So that we have entire sustainability, including integrated water and waste management. And 12, asset and facility management, when the asset has been created. Now the part 9 of the National Building Code deals with plumbing services, including solid waste management. It covers water supply, drainage, and sanitation. So on this aspect of water supply, drainage, sanitation, we have a few standards which I named. These have been incorporated. So we have systems in place, whether it is the sewered or non-sewered sanitation system, but always there is scope to add more systems. So how various townships, local bodies, urban local bodies, they would be able, in the absence of standard, how they can use it. The code, National Building Code says, there are new systems and technology will keep on coming and materials will keep coming. These new technologies are permitted to be used. The building code does not permit a new technology for which a standard is not available. So it permits, the local authority concerned is permitted. It has given certain methodology how it is permitted. There is a technology where we can, there is a system where we also have the certification of the new technologies. Old technologies can have already a BIS certification mark or BIS certification in the form of ISI mark or quality system certification or environment management system, but the new system can also have. And it permits that central government or state government can operate a scheme. So we have an organization called Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council, BMTPC, which under Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which runs a system called PACS, Performance Appraisal Certification Scheme, and it permits and all certification of new schemes. It standardizes. The moment Indian standard is formulated by BIS, that scheme stops, and then certification can be done by BIS. So even that's so we would like to encourage the building code. The BIS encourages the new systems to be developed. So this is one, what we are debating today is a part of that system. So let us try to have the standard as early as possible, for which we are working. It's a standardization, one of the most tedious job, and it's the first standard worldwide. So it's all the more we don't have any experience. There are standard norms available by regulatory bodies even in Japan. But then as a Japan JISC, Japan Industrial Standard Corporation, they do not have a standard. Even worldwide is not there, because every country has got a different system. So we are working right from the sketch, and it should be possible that next 6 months we should be able to come out with a standard as Indian standard. With that, I would like to thank all the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, now I request Mr. Rio Waza, MD Daiki Access India, to give a presentation on holistic development of the Indian on-site wastewater treatment sector, Daiki Access vision, strategy, and roadmap for India. Please welcome him over here.
Hi, namaskar everyone. Namaskar. Yeah, my name is Rio Waza. Come from Daiki Axis. Thank you. Professor Kazumi and some other guest speaker already introduced. Daiki is come from Japan, but not government entity or government itself, just private company. We produce Jokasu STP, but today I avoid to explain about our company product or some commercial information. I try to explain more general point, general aspect about Jokasu. Point from Japanese environment and some other history point. Okay, let's start. Organizer give only 10 to 15 minutes, so I quickly explain. Okay, first, history of water treatment in Japan. Actually, now everyone has very clean image for Japan. Water, air, and some natural body. But actually, Japan, 1960s, 70s, maybe one of the most polluted country in the world. And world big four industrial disaster, all four happened in Japan. One is Minamata disease, Itai disease, and Aganogawa mercury poisoning. Those are some metal and those like a mercury poisoning, and Yokkaichi asthma. This is air pollution. So world big four pollution happen in Japan. All four happen in Japan, and in those four, three was water pollution. So Japanese government started making rule and implementing that rule. Started from 1950s and 1960s. Strength regulation of industrial wastewater treatment, not domestic. First started industrial wastewater treatment, and after that Jokasu started. But at that time, I'll explain some pages after. Jokasu, but at this time only black water treatment. It means toilet water treatment, Jokasu. And after that, 1973, first kind of Jokasu Act started, and 10 years after, Mr. Yoshida already explained, current Jokasu Act started. So at that time, launched Jokasu Act originally. Those Jokasu Act started and implemented for government facilities, hotel and commercial buildings, and industrial buildings. Started from those, and after that, after a few years, in individual complex, and finally started for individual house. This photo also 1970s, one of the famous river in Tokyo, Sumida River, and Jokasu Act contained main 5 points, but most important point is approval system started. Jokasu approval system. Government approved some model and inspected factory. Now in India, water treatment plant, we call STP, is a kind of on-site work, kind of construction. But Japan, in Jokasu Act, government decided and fixed water treatment plant, small size scale on-site treatment plant have to make in factory, and we can avoid error product. That's the government concept in Japan. And after that, Japanese water body, pond, lake, and near sea gradually treat. And now 2015, around 97% wastewater treated and discharged. This is Japanese condition now. And so same location, Dokai Bay and Yokkaichi sky, both are now become clean. And Japanese biggest lake, Biwa Lake, also highly polluted, but now clean and become good tourist spot for Japanese and foreigners as well. Okay, and again, history part. After 1945, in Japan, everywhere use collection pit when we talking about on-site treatment. After that, started soak pit and septic tank and black water Jokasu, and now black and gray, both mixed water Jokasu. So during only black water Jokasu this period, only toilet water treated and gray water not treat and just discharge. That was the condition at this time. But government realized black and gray, both water need to treat, and if separate treat, 2 type of system required, and gray water generally BOD, COD load is low, so need to add some chemical or BOD, those type of matters. So that is not good, no meaning. So now have to treat black and gray combined. And India also collection pit, soak pit, and septic tank, and now on-site treatment system, Jokasu or something starting, but some government activity we are watching, black water treatment and gray water treatment now separately consider. So from Japanese point of view, we strongly suggest don't go into black water treatment and gray water treatment separately. Directly black and gray, mix and treat. That is more meaning, and we don't use so much energy and additional chemical and those things. More meaning. Okay, so from now, a little bit about talking about Jokasu. This is the Jokasu. Professor Kazumi already touched. Jokasu is on-site treatment, wastewater treatment system, and I mentioned completely produced inside, outside, completely produced at factory, and just bring outside and connect inlet water pipe, outlet water pipe, and only one electrical equipment, blower. We don't use pump for this treatment system. Of course, raw water sent from far location and treated water need to spray or something. That time we require pump, but inside treatment, no need pump. These are just outside looks. And basic concept, Jokasu. Basic concept of Jokasu is on-site treatment, and most useful meaning for India is treat at site, reuse at site. In Japan, Japan and India, population density of the population is almost same. Japan land size is 1/10 of India, and population also 1/10. But Japan, everywhere we can contact river and sea, and there is a high mountain, so water flow is high. Water flow speed is higher than India. So after treated by Jokasu or some on-site treatment system, those water can discharge, and naturally that water become more clean. But India, that is not useful. Treat at site and reuse at site, and some water scarcity and water less, those area get some benefit. And this is the image of city, metro city, and little bit remote area. So of course, Jokasu good for install remote area because no need a very long line piping. Install each house and treat at site, reuse at site. And of course, installation residential area also good. And also, yes, high density area. Install each building. For example, one commercial building, many wastewater generate, and now maybe sent to centralized STP, but India development speed now very high. So centralized STP got very high pressure. Stress is high. So Delhi, Okra or Kailash, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly. Very big STP going to construct, and some other city, Mumbai, Pune, big city, everywhere increase centralized STP. That also important, but install each building or each apartment complex or those and treat at site, reuse at site. That time, even high density area, that reuse scheme is very useful, and for centralized STP, that stress and pressure going to reduce. So on-site treatment system, Jokasu, and centralized STP, even in Japan same, those are complementary, those stance. So good for, yeah, good on-site treatment is good for centralized STP also. And this is one case study. Installed in NTPC Mauda in Nagpur. Total campus is very wide, and initially they considered to install centralized STP this area, this corner, but they changed mind and installed Jokasu. Jokasu STP, we installed 6 separate area. So piping, total piping is only 0.2 kilometer, it means 200 meter. But if we make centralized STP, piping one way distance is 2.5 kilo. And again, if want to reuse same location, same building, that time double distance of piping required. And of course, those long distance piping need high power of pump required, so total electrical consumption also high. But they choose this system. Of course, construction site is spread, but each site just bring Jokasu STP and connect inlet outlet pipe and electrical cable for blower. That's all. So construction period also less. And this is site reference. This is above ground installation. Bigger size site, connect 2 tanks, 3 tanks, and provide 200 KLD, 500 KLD like that, and operate by solar panel. And this is underground installation for residential, underground car parking area we installed. In Japan, this is most common. And under green area. Left is apartment complex, and this right side is commercial building. Both are covered by green. And some other, one of the utility of Jokasu. In India, for example, apartment complex construction, before complete construction, for example, 10% finish construction, 50% finish, person start move into that building. So still construction is going on, but wastewater generate. So install Jokasu and treat, and density increase, Jokasu increase modular wise. This is available only for temporary and permanently both. And not only water treatment, fecal sludge management also now important matter. So Jokasu, not only Jokasu plus some other equipment can manage fecal sludge and excess sludge, those management. And this is the final part. I'll explain future plan of Daiki in India. Okay, Daiki axis already installed all over the India. Unfortunately, Jammu, Kashmir, those area we have not go yet, but many inquiry coming. And yeah, these some activity we did, and factory in now we have in Gujarat, and new factory coming in Palwal, Haryana. New factory. This new factory production capacity become 3 times or more. And future plan in India, factory manufacturing point of view, now we have factory in West region and going to start daily NCL this October. And after that, next year, we going to start construction in South. And East also we consider. So each region we start to make core factory, and after that 5 years, 10 years, I don't know the exact time for this, but actually each state need to factory, because for example UP, only one state, but population is 80% more than entire Japan, and Maharashtra also. Maharashtra also a higher population than Japan. So in future, of course, start from big state, but any state we consider to need to set up factory, and of course. our product is like a tank, so transportation cost is high. Currently 10%, 20% just transportation cost. So we cut down that part and provide more reasonable price to everywhere, everyone, and contribute to Indian environment. And one more part, unfortunately, maybe today couldn't come. We start working skill development part. Not only manufacturing, Jokasu or some other, any water treatment facility need maintenance or sometimes operation. MBBR system, and we of course going to start MBR Jokasu. But maintenance, any good system, if no one do maintenance 2 years, 3 years, plant going to fail. So how to do proper maintenance and how frequently and how to report to government and plant owner, those points in Japan already government decided and have curriculum. And after pass that exam, having licensed, only that maintenance skilled person can maintain an operation. So similar kind of system we want to start in India. At first, our Daiki-axis Jokasu system, we give some years warranty, but skilled person have licensed, certificate of maintenance in India. That person, if that person maintain, we give more warranty. That type of support, creation system and support we going to start. Okay, thank you very much. These are my part of presentation. Not only Daiki-axis India, Japanese government also gives support, not for Daiki, for supporting to contribute in the environment. Japan actually faced very hard period, 1960s, 70s. That was kind of development history. So now India already started development period. So development also important, economy important, but environment have to care government and individual person, everyone. Yeah, so Daiki-axis and Japan, Japanese government, Yoshida-san also, are going to support Indian environment and to contribute. Okay, thank you very much.
Just madam, 1 minute, one very small query I have. Whether in India or Japan somewhere, this Jokasu is fully drawing power from solar panel, just my understanding, so that it is fully operational based on its own power.
Yes, in India, we already started some pilot plant and actually some order already installed. Okay, test plant is in Fatehabad in Haryana, and already installed actual order in near Chennai, yeah, in Tamil Nadu. And for example, other countries in Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Indonesia, yeah, several sites we already installed with solar and 100% of grid.
And just a small point. whether, because it is going to come in a very big scale, so what benchmark cost you people are anticipating it is going to come in a year or two? I'm referring to what may be minimum cost, because our main thing is that it should be more affordable. This need is very huge, but since you people are planning for entire country and maybe in a big way, so have you assessed that to what level cost can come down for a small family unit?
Okay, cost level, just our research now, like a Jokasu product, already started made by Gujarat, several company, and Tamil Nadu or West Bengal. Yeah, performance is a maybe separate point, because tank calculation is not for Japanese. JIS standard has, they don't have Jokasu Jokasu standard, but Jokasu calculation standard they have. So hotel or hospital, individual house, or like a hall, how many sheet, how many person, how many rooms, how to calculate per rooms, how many liter of wastewater, those. So, sorry, so, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so cost, actually just compare the size. Our cost and our competitor in India are almost same. Some company 5 to 10% higher than us already. Some company 3-5% lower than us.
Dr. Jokasu, let me answer.
What is base cost you are trying?
May I answer your question? So currently our one family unit is costing around 1.5 lakh rupees. And we are already working on some project, how to bring it down significantly. And we will have to see, maybe we will work with you, because end of the day, it's one of the factor is about volumes, because we are making a molded product. So I don't know what is the right cost, but maybe we will aim for some bringing it down significantly lower. Maybe let's say, I don't know whether 50,000 should be a benchmark, 30,000 should be a benchmark. That's a work in progress.
Give me a plan. If 1 lakh units are going to be procured, what will be cost? If 5 lakh units are going to be procured, what will be cost? Then we'll be better placed to help you.
Yeah, so that is why, interestingly, I think maybe it's a coincidence or what, I don't know. But you are enabling the subject which are part of panel discussion. So one of the panel discussion today we have, what is the right cost model for on-site systems, and what is the optimum price? Yeah, so that is, we are going to deal with that subject after tea break. So thank you, I think, and it is very encouraging to hear from you that you are already talking about numbers in lakhs. So that is opportunity for people sitting here. Thank you. Yeah, and you have some point to come.
Thank you, dignified speakers and fine managerial staff. This seminar is quite informative. After the heated discussion, I feel a little hesitant, but may I say a few words? By the way, I come from the Embassy of Japan, same section as Yoshida-san. Just as the President Waza explained, using the pictures of Japan in 1960s and 70s, you may have shocked, but they were real pictures. You know, we have experienced 4 environmental hazards in the 1960s and 70s. And one of them, for example, you know, people just waking up from their bed makes their bones fracture. Bones, you know, broken. That's cadmium poisoning. And also, babies born from mother at the moment of the birth, they are, you know, they cannot cry or they cannot move on their own will because of the, you know, their brain was damaged while they were fetus, and that's mercury poisoning. And you know, Japan has suffered from a lot in the 1960s and 70s, and I wouldn't like other countries suffer like Japan suffered. Okay, that's most acute hazards Japan experienced, and now let's talk about something about Jokasu. For your information, Japan's population is 120 million. That's about 1/10 of India. And almost 90% of the population, the discharge from humans, our population, is treated by the centralized wastewater treatment system. That's large factories, not Jokasu, large factories. But remaining 10%, for that remaining 10%, the number is 12 million people. The discharge from these people are treated by Jokasu. And there are certification system for treating the human discharge. Yoshida-san explained that there's a certification system for Jokasu installation or maintenance, and the number of companies that have certification is, in all in Japan, about 12,000. 12,000. That's quite a large number, I think. And Daiki Axis is one of the 12,000. And I presume it's a quite feasible technology in rural country, in rural part of Japan. Mostly the population's discharges are treated by Jokasu. And actually, we have Jokasu commemoration day. October 1st is Jokasu Day in Japan. So Jokasu remains in Japan and stays in Japan, and quite feasible, I think. That's the thing I'd like to say. Thank you.
I think, Mihoko-san, you please come here. You should sit here. Session is already getting over now, so
Yeah.
we'll invite him.
Can I only one point, can I revise? Yeah, thank you very much. Now, she explained 10%. 10% is only available, treatment available by decentralized STP, on-site treatment. But for example, now, maybe Tokyo, biggest city in Japan, Tokyo individual house have to install Jokasu. So those regulations started, or Osaka also now are going to, I already explained, decentralized STP, of course, remote area have to use, no choice, but high density area, metro city or those area also already started to use, and government use more. So those new regulations started with those. Sorry, that is recent additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Moving ahead with our felicitation ceremony, and for that I request Mr. K.C. Pandey, Advisor, Daiki Access India. Please join us for the felicitation. And moving ahead, I request Mr. Yuki Yoshida-san, MOEJ, Japanese Embassy, Delhi. Please felicitate him. Please give a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Now we'll be felicitating Professor A.A. Kazmi, IIT Roorkee. Please give a huge round of applause with the memento. Thank you so much. Next, we'll felicitate Mr. Sanjay Pant, ADJ, BIS. Please welcome him, and let's move ahead. Please give a huge round of applause, everyone. Next, would felicitate Mr. Rio Waza, MD, Daiki Access India. Why not? Please give her a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Now let's have high tea. So we will be back after 30 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, so the first session has been very interesting, and I think we have consumed the entire tea break. So we need to now manage a little bit of time. So I don't know if tea break, I think we need half an hour, but in the next following session, we will try to manage the time. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I think we will come back in 20 minutes to manage the time. So let's try to finish tea break in 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
I request everyone kindly take your seats. We are running late. Once again, I request everyone, please kindly take your seats. We are starting off, and as you all know, we are already running late. Please take your seats, everyone.
मिस्टर अकरम लिख लेना डीडीए से बुला के फेलिसिटेट कर देंगे
मिस्टर
अकरम
अकरम
दिल्ली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी
इनका सिर्फ नेम लेना है कि फेलिसिटेट भी करना है। एक बार सर से पूछ लीजिए। Please take your seats, everyone. Kindly take your seats, everyone. Please take your seats. Once again, I request everyone, please take your seats. We are moving ahead. So now, starting off once again, would like to welcome over here Mr. Ramesh Negi, former Chief Secretary, Arunachal, and CEO, Delhi Jal Board. Please welcome him over here. And to felicitate him with a bouquet, I request Mr. K.C. Pandey, Advisor, Daiki Access India. Please felicitate him with a bouquet of flowers. और तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Please give a huge round of applause, everyone.
Uttarakhandis have to solve this wastewater problem.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Now, heartiest welcome to Mr. Shalabh Kumar, former member, Water, Delhi Church Board. Taaliyan bajti rahe, everyone. Let's welcome them. Mr. D.K. Singh, Delhi Pollution Control Board. Would like to welcome once again Mr. Sanjay Goyal, Head BD EPIL, and Mr. Rakesh Kumar, EPIL, Dr. Aishwarya Mahajan. Dr. Aishwarya Mahajan, M3M Foundation, Mr. Akram, Delhi Development Authority, and Dr. A.K. Vidyarthi, Director and Head, WQM2. So, ज़ोरा तालियों के साथ एक बार फिर से इनका स्वागत किया जाए. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us over here. Now, I would like to call over here Professor Jyoti Rana, Dean Academics, Shri Vishwakarma Skill University, SVSU. Please welcome her for a presentation or speech on the topic SVSU Model of Skill Development and Role of Skill Development and Training in Water Management Sector.
Thank you very much, Daiki Access India and IIT Roorkee for giving us this opportunity to share the university's skilling model. And I'm very fortunate enough to start where Mr. Waza ended the presentation by stating that they have started the skill development, and I was feeling myself very fortunate to see my university's visuals in that slide. That means Daiki Access India is starting skill development projects with Shri Vishwakarma Skill University, that is India's first government skill university. So thank you very much. And in the next few minutes, I would like to introduce my university with all of you, that what we are doing and where are the possibilities and what we are going to do with Daiki Access India in the area of skill development. So I'm going to start and introduce my university. So let me see. Yeah. So the vision of the university is to basically reformulate and reconceptualize the skill education which is recognized at national and international level for providing the employability and livelihood to the candidates. And by looking at the vision, we are focusing on the technology, future technologies, and we are focusing on the entrepreneurship and livelihood so that we can do the rebranding of skill education in India, right from the certificate courses to the higher education. This is the snapshot where I can introduce the model of the university. So we incorporate in our programs, as I already mentioned, that the university is offering certificate courses, from certificate courses to PhD courses, that is research. Apart from the courses, the programs, undergrad courses, the diploma courses, the DVO courses, then PG programs, we are running professional programs as well. And where we are going to make the difference, that we are incorporating the skill component everywhere, in every program, whether it is the certificate program or it is the PhD program. We are trying to bring lot of skill competencies among candidates so that, the requirement of industry, which has been, which has been, we have been receiving this kind of request for the last couple of years from the industry that the candidates are not skilled. So we are trying to work in that direction. So we are following the entry-exit model also. That means we are training our candidates against the job profiles, against some job roles. And after completing those job roles, the candidates can go, they can work in the market, in the desired and in the respective industry. And if they feel after 2 years, 3 years, they want to upgrade themselves, they can again come back, they can take admissions again in their interested programs, and they can again be trained against some skills which are upgraded one. So we are working in the system of multiple entry-exit systems. We are aligned with all NSQF levels. That means there are certain job roles at different levels, at entry levels also, and at higher level as well. So we are working in that area as well. Similarly, the candidates, that who are taking admissions in our organization, so we are making them self-dependent also. So when they are taking admissions, so and they're going for on the job training with industry, with the industry's involvement, so they are getting certain stipends as well, so that the students are capable and self-independent, and they can work and they can learn the skills in the industry. So normally we are running different models in the university, where the candidates are with the university for 6 months, and the 6 months they are going in the industry for on the job training, so they are learning by doing there. Similarly, there are some industries, they feel they want the candidates, the last 2 years of the graduate programs, and 1 year, they should be given conceptual knowledge. So we customize the models accordingly. So why I am sharing all these things with all of you? Because we are working on the industry preferences, so that the industry who is working with us, which is working with us, they can definitely take those candidates as per their requirements, and the candidates can also get an employability at the end of the day. Moving ahead, this is just a model. We are working on KG to PG model, which is highlighted in NEP also. So not only that we are working in the higher education, but the university started a very, very interesting concept in school by offering some skill component based courses to the students. And the idea behind that is the candidates should be identified in terms of their skill components and their skill quotient right in the beginning in the school. So we are offering them those skill components, skill courses in the school itself, and they can later on, they can decide the courses and programs as per their choices. So that is the basic model. So these are the programs that we are offering. The organization, the university is offering, and this university is working directly under state government, and the vision of the state government is that how the skilling should be done at mass level. For fulfilling that vision of the state government, that we are working on lot of short-term programs as well. So with DAIKI Access India also in the area of water waste management, that we will be working on different aspects in terms of short-term projects also, short-term programs also, and side by side we'll be working on some captive programs for the employees as well. So the teams are, because the MOUs have been done, the teams will be working together, and they will be figuring out, they will be deciding that which kind of programs can be more useful for the industry and as well as for the university. So university will also be training, or the university can train on the existing employees as well, by looking at if the industry really requires to upgrade the existing employees. So there is an option, and we have complete provisions to train those candidates as well. And this training is not only the short-term training of 7 days or 5 days, but this can be designed in terms of some certificate programs and diplomas as well. So how the industry involvement we keep in the university? See, in the pre-admission, that means, that is in the very beginning, when we are talking to the industry, which I recently mentioned, that we with Daiichi Access India, that we have discussed, and then we signed one MOU. And that is the first stage of discussion, first stage of brainstorming, that how we can go ahead. And after doing that, then we decide that which kind of programs can be conceptualized, which kind of competencies can be trained among the candidates, which kind of, the skilling can be done among the candidates. And by discussing those things, the teams from the industry and teams from the university, they sit together and they design and customize the program. So that, the both partners, industry as well as university, they are benefited, by providing the employability and livelihood to the candidates. During the programs, the very much involvement of industry is there, because we invite industry to select candidates. Let's suppose if we are offering any program, so we invite industry in the phase of selection of the candidates, so that the industry can also see that how this can be done. So in this very case with Daiichi Access India, that we will be inviting and we will be working together and we will be selecting the candidates together, so that the industry can also see that what is the potential among the candidate and how this candidate can be skilled further. And once the program is being launched, all the assessments and all the certification that is being done by university and industry people mutually. Why I'm showing this? Because the involvement of industry is at every phase, so that we should not drop the ball anywhere, so that the student is not being imparted that skill which is required in the industry. So with Daiichi Access India also, we have this understanding that we'll be working together in the area of water waste management, and we'll be designing the programs on the basis of skill requirement and demand of the Daiichi Access India. These kinds of the models we have, which shows the possibilities of customized models of the industry, and that we will be designing with this very industry as well. So we have a lot of industries with us in different areas, and we are very proud, and it's our pleasure that we signed this MOU in this area also. We have approximately 90 acres campus, beautiful campus, which is based on future technology. I'll show certain snapshots also, and there is a lot of scope in this area, that is water waste management, where we can work together. So this, I talked about some short-term programs. The idea was that I wanted to just introduce that we can customize any kind of programs, so that skilling can be done for 6 months, for 1 year, or if it is required for 2 years, that is also possible. One very interesting thing I would like to highlight here. See, once we design the program, then we have in-house one department of capacity building. So what we try to do in that, or what is the vision of this particular department, that if we are designing, or if we are offering some programs, or if we are offering some projects, we are doing some projects, so the people, the trainers who are involved in that, the teachers, the faculty who is involved in that, those should be trained. And that is the responsibility of this department. So what they do, they analyze the individual's capacity, they analyze the individual's development plans, they analyze that what is being required for this particular project, and then they send those faculties, those staff members for training, so that they are also competent enough to get involved in that project. So that is a very unique feature of the university. You don't find this kind of departments in any industry. This particular chart indicates that whatever we are delivering in our university, that is being liked by the industries, and I'm very happy to share that in the last week, Daiki Access India also selected our 14 candidates. We are so thankful to you. So the industry prefers those candidates because they have worked on machines, they worked in the industry, they have quite exposure of the industry, and you can ask anything, and they are the trained candidates and they can go there. So these are certain snapshots I just wanted to introduce to showcase that industry really liked those candidates, and they come to the campus. And in most of the cases, those industries who have partnered with us for various programs, so they select the candidates because they have devoted approximately sometimes 6 months or 1.5 years on those candidates, and they have imparted the training. So that is the first preference given to those industries. These are some industry partners with us. We have one more interesting thing in the university. So the university got the assessment and certification bodies status also. And what is that? That throughout Haryana, if we have certain schools and colleges or some institutions who are imparting some skilling or skill-based, education, so we can assess those candidates against two certain parameters, and after assessing them, then the certification can be done, so that the student can get a certificate that I am very well versed of this particular skill, and he can go and he can provide that certificate to any industry. So we are assessing against skills, not only the theory components, but skills also. So that is an additional advantage for the candidates when they are going for an interview. I have already stated, that we are working right from the KG to PG model, which is being, stated in NEP at various platforms, and now the government is in that direction to implement there. So there are certain, plus points that where we can bring value to the candidates, training, skilling, hands-on, learning the candidates can do. One more very interesting thing, I think that will be of interest of everyone, that we are working in the area of RPL, that is recognizing prior learning. So we are starting one complete program of BWOC, that is on RPL, where we are mapping the existing experience of the employees who have not achieved or who have not gained the formal education. So we are trying to map their experience, and by mapping that experience, that we are giving them admissions to, the formal education system, so that by any cause or by any reason, if the candidates have not taken any degree or so, but that person is competent enough to gain that particular certificate or the degree, so we are providing that as well by mapping their education. Recently, we have started this initiative with JBM. So we have future plans with Maruti as well. Maruti is our partner, and Hero and others also. And same kind of a thing we visualize with Daiki Access India as well. So where, we can work on, the existing employees, and we can customize the programs, and we can work on their training. So we are very happy that this kind of model has been appreciated at various platforms. So these are again the highlights where, we are working in the skill ecosystem and in the skill space. So these are some snapshots, of the campus. We have a beautiful campus near Palwal, that is in Dudhola village. It is near Palwal. It is 87 acre approximately land. So this is based on, latest technology and everything. So this is a kind of snapshot that we expose our candidates right from the very, very beginning. And these kinds of, the students are really doing wonderful in the area of entrepreneurship and other things. So this was basically, I will say, the model of the university. And now with Dike Access India, we are very keen that we'll be working. We have already done MOU. We have already done one placement drive has been done by under the leadership of Mr. Pandey and Mr. Tiwari. And we are very hopeful that both the teams will be together and they will design certain programs as per the needs of the industry, and we will be able to train the candidates. We have the capacity of doing that, and we are very keen. We have all the provisions in the campus as well, where we can work together and we can go in this area as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Mr. K.C. Pandey, advisor, Dike Access India, to come up over here and felicitate our speaker, Professor Jyoti Rana, Dean Academics, Shri Vishwakarma Skill University, SVSU. For the memento. Can I have a huge round of applause, everyone? Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving ahead with our panel discussion, and I would like to call over here Mr. A.K. Vidyarthi, CPCB, Dr. V.K. Chaurasia, Joint Advisor, FEE, CPHEEO, MOHUA, Dr. A.A. Kazmi, IIT Roorkee, Dr. Praveen, Technical Director, NMCG, Mr. D.K. Singh, SEE and in charge, WMC and DPCC committee. Please join us for the panel discussion, and the topic for the panel discussion: compliance norms and various standards applicable for on-site wastewater treatment systems. And I request Mr. Kamal to join us as a moderator. Please welcome him as well, everyone.
So, thank you, everyone. So we had in the first session, as we saw, that there was a lot of conversation, I would not say debate or so. And we saw that there are many views existing in the room. And rightly so, because on-site treatment system market in India is just evolving. And we are just scratching the surface, so to say. And very interestingly, we are coming from our experiences of installing and operating centralized large systems. And as it happens, because the technologies of wastewater treatment have already matured somewhere in the globe and has entered India at a later date. And obviously our standards and authorities have identified the regions and requirement for having higher standard of quality or treatment. So we are in a very, so to say, in a contrast situation. We have, let's say, to balance one side, we have to recognize that we are currently only able to treat 30% of wastewater. And at the on-site systems, if you look at, currently we are basically installing soak pits and septic tanks. So that is one side of reality. And the other side of reality is we are already implementing very high quality treatment, wastewater treatment systems under NMCG projects where we can bring down BOD level to less than 5 or less than 10. We can remove nitrogen, we can remove all nutrients, and it's a very high quality. Even for developed world, that is a very high standard. Now we have to balance between, let's say, the high performance system and the costs which we have, and maybe a plan which has to be made, a roadmap. The other thing is basically there are different regulatory bodies in India. We have MOEF, and under them CPCB is the main guiding authority for standard on wastewater treatment. Then you have, let's say, local or let's say state level pollution control board, and then you have NGT. And there are different views and different standards which are applicable. And when we go to, let's say, ministry level people, for example, let's say Swachh Bharat Mission makes it mandatory to treat 100% liquid now in the second phase. And when you talk to them, their understanding is that on-site system do not need any compliance for the standard. So that is the situation. So I'm very fortunate to be with such a eminent speakers and experts here. So to start with, let me maybe open the debate or let's say the panel discussion with Professor Kazmi, because he has dealt with all this subject and he deals with the on-site system as well. So, sir, to you to maybe start the discussion, and what is your view on what is applicable for on-site systems?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. I think it's a very, very tough topic, and you know that like in the NGT report for the stringent standards, we have specified that okay, for the smaller cities or for the smaller plants, the standard should be 30, 50 or something like that, like in China. But for the larger plants, for the big cities, we can have strict standards. It's okay. Yeah, we can have a strict standard, but you know, unfortunately, NGT says that okay, the 10 BOD or 10 nitrogen applicable all over the India for every plant or everything. I think maybe they confuse that they can make the similar standard for the drinking water. It's not drinking water. It's like a level of pollution that caused by larger big cities or larger plants or untreated sewage from the big cities, the main compared to the on-site or smaller or things. But we know that with the time, even though at that time the NGT maybe 2017 notification or something, 18, but now these technologies already developed to bring to level to BOD level to these standards, BOD and nitrogen. And even though it's tough, but I can say that okay, we can have a strict standards for the big cities like in Delhi. Like Delhi, we have very, very strict specific rules for cars, for everything we have very strict. I think for even new on-site systems, for new housings, we can go for 10, 10 and anything for Delhi, big cities. And for other cities like Pune also, that's polluted. We have Mula Mutha river, polluted river. Similarly in Chennai and Bangalore, he says very strict. Just I met one expert from there. And then for big cities, if you want to make, and for very, very specialized locations like some religious places or some tourist hotspots like Kumaon or Garhwal region, if you want to make new houses, you have to have these kind of standards for sensitive ecosystems. And like if you want to have some house near the Dal Lake or Nainital Lake or Bhimtal Lake, you can have these strict standards for NGT standards. But rest of the India, I think we can follow the 30 and 50 or 20 or 50 or 30 or 100 standards. It is just because it's very difficult to implement these 10 BOD and mainly nitrogen standard all over the India for the small or on-site systems. But nevertheless, for the polluted cities like this, we have to put, because we are not allowed to bring the cars more than 10 years. Even my car is very new, but we cannot bring the car. We cannot bring petrol car more than 15 years. This means all are restricted. This means we can restrict also there. But if somebody want to live other places, maybe they can have the relaxation. But 30, and sometimes I think we need standard, not only septic tanks, but we need standards at least 30, 50 to release our wastewater. And if we want to go for reuse, yes, we can have. If we want to go for reuse, then we have to follow the NGT standards. But if we want to discharge in any water body or something, or to the local environment, then 30, 50 is enough for me. That's yeah.
So thank you so much, sir. Dr. Chaurasia, you were talking about standard and why there is a need for such a high standard when you have to implement and look at, let's say, lakhs of systems being deployed across India. So it is obviously we are dealing with public money, so we need to be conscious of the money we are spending and the rightful usage of the money. So what is your view? What is the standard which is currently applicable for on-site systems? And in your opinion, how it should be dealt? Because there is a degree of confusion in the user's mind, because sometimes people just follow NGT norms, and user just asks that I would like a certain so-and-so treatment system with nitrogen control, phosphorus control, and everything else. And while they come to, let's say, payment of that, then they feel the payment should be, or cost should be as maybe competing with, let's say, a conventional system. So what is your opinion?
Thank you very much. और सबको मेरा नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
This is a very important topic, and it involves huge capital and O&M expenditure in the country. Standard is not something that we put a figure 10-10, 20-20, 30-30, 50-50. It is all guided by, or let us say, depends on one resolution I remember from United Nations, that a system of process which it can tolerate the level of treatment, beyond that it should not be given. Because obviously it involves cost, and after that it becomes luxury. If it is suppose going to be recycled, reuse, or some other benefit is there, process requirement is there, of course you can go to meet the process requirement, that level of treatment is fine. But unfortunately I find this is one area where due diligence has not been given, in the sense that how to optimize cost in the given resources, how to cover more and more population, minimize O&M, and restrict the requirement of this technology and other things which the ULB in the given set of their skill and other they can maintain. It has become a big technical subject where nobody else with common sense, common knowledge can even dare to see into it. So becoming only some engineering body matter, it become often, let us say, very difficult or tough to spread and take it to all masses. Because if you see that this coverage in the country, right now it is not more than, let us say, 30-35% which is being utilized, in spite of even some capacity is there, but that is not operational. In this case, the biggest problem that is coming is, of course, activism as judiciary is very important, but that should be based on thorough examination, research, and other things. If anything comes through our, let us say, regulation, and that on the field it becomes difficult to implement, lot of chaos and other things will be there. I would like to mention that 1996, that general discharge standards, that was prevailing, and 2015 mein CPCB, MOEF in fact brought that draft rules that they are intending to revise, and that was circulated, and many of the state pollution control board, we know what type of due diligence they do in research and other thing. Many of them pick up and even circulated, though they have been empowered, they can tell ki, okay, you go for stricter treatment, but stricter treatment ka power should be utilized where it is needed. Like let us say some of the deeply polluted stretches, there it is understood, but one thing should not be given throughout the state. It is very clear that it involves caste, and the moment we put such type of state stringent, so many of the areas or many of the smaller towns, whether even the lower in the order technology can provide decent treatment, they are all out. And this is what happened after that 2015 draft norms. We intervened from ministry side. Jal Shakti ministry also helped a lot. We make it rationalized, and in 2017 it was notified. But I will say not environmental activists, but some vested interest people, they went to NGT, explained in such a manner that it got stayed. And after that what will happen, that is still continuing. We realize that whatever is there, those norms impractical even if you give across the country. So of course with help of Environment Forest Ministry ourselves, we put a let us say civil appeal also in Honorable Supreme Court, that is under consideration. But in the process what I want to highlight, that once 2017 norms got stayed, the previous one that is existing of 1986 become prevalent. So at this point of time, जो statutory requirement है, that is BOD 30, TSS 50 perhaps, and then COD 150. This is there, but the I don't know, a storm is there in the market that
right.
Everywhere I speak.
Yeah, right, Dr. Chaurasia. I'll just cite one example. We were working with one of the state government. Project is basically to revive a pond in a village, and it is under Swachh Bharat Mission of Jal Shakti. And at the engineering level, when they spoke, they looked at NGT standards. So they wanted to, so current status is that grey water and mix of black water and let's say cow dung is flowing to a pond, and they wanted to revive. That is the simple requirement. Under NGT order, they have to, let's say, treat that wastewater. Now what happens is when it came into engineering standard, they were advised that you need to treat, bring down it to, let's say you need to control nitrogen, you need to control phosphorus, you need to bring down BOD to 10, and you need to have automation system which will report all the data on PCB server and everything. Look at what is happening. The project cost became several times higher. You need a very high skilled person at a village area, and it went to, let's say, approval of the highest authority in the government. And then he says, looking at the, let's say, the budget and the deviation, the chief minister of the state says, you are investing so much of money, treating wastewater, throwing it in the drain. It can't be allowed. So this is the challenge at the ground level, because they have referred to NGT, let's say, the circular or let's say order, and they have felt that it is their duty to comply with that order, and it creates so much of confusion there. So that's why we wanted to get that clarity. And maybe from you, I would like
to further it, because I have not finished, because we are working in this, and we are working very hard with various state departments and ULBs, and we find that everybody remembering that this is standard, whether they are in very remote side and other, and that's why it is limiting only to 1 or 2 or 3 technology. And those technology, I have been visiting some of the field department also. They have set up SBR, MBBR, and when I visit those plants, I could see it was shut down, it was not operated, only to show me they are operating. And what is happening in that case, because they are not able to pay electricity bill, all skilled things, other things they are not doing, and they are simply bypassing. So what is the need of doing this? This is the reason I wanted to say that when we are going to set up any standard, it is not a very simple job that you pick up some figure and go. It involves lot of cost and lot of research is required. Therefore, when we come for setting up any standard for this, let us say on-site sanitation system, due diligence should be there. Hurriedly, we should not, let us say at random, pick up some point that looks very rosy and other thing and we propose. Because treatment doesn't mean going for very highest. How much people we are reaching and treating, that is important. As I mentioned, around 30% is being treated to very high standard and 70% is being passed like 220, 200 BOD. What is fun? Even if you provide primary treatment to all these things, 50% BOD load will come, then what is the fun of bringing 30 to 10? All these things, unless due diligence is done, this formulation of, I understand, it will be a challenge for on-site system, because there we consider that dilution is there, or where we are disposing. Here multiple type of other challenges will come, whether we are going to put in underground. If it is there, then whether groundwater table is high or low, or if we are diffusing or dispersing, in that case what type of strata is there. If we are putting in some, let us say, this vegetable garden and other, there what sort of things is there. One thing only here I would like to emphasize, that of course the important thing is it should be disinfected. Professor is there, they are doing a lot of research and other things, they will be able to tell ki if 20 BOD is there, or 30 BOD is there, or 50 BOD is there, if it is let us say disinfected, then how it is going to interfere with environment and human being. Suppose if I say it is going to be in a closed body, yes, there it will be having impact, because closed body don't have so much dilution, and this COD, BOD, all these things may interfere given the volume of the water available. But if it is a flowing body, then in that case 20, 30 BOD, how it matters? We have done research while filing a appeal in Honorable Supreme Court, and I find कि in spite of having very low coverage, India is having stringent norms in the world. India is having stringent norms. If you see, all countries ka norms are there. So unless these things are rationalized, we go in incremental manner. Wherever highest need is there, that option should also be available. Wherever lower treatment is required, that also should be known. And where very high dilution areas are there, there even it can be even given very low level of treatment. I can cite a case of Dubai, and even in case of Japan and Canada, they are even colder countries. There in sea disposal is 120 milligram and 180 milligram, because lot of dilution is there. In India it has been brought 10 BOD, and that is being disposed in sea. So much dilution is there. These are all organic matter. Because of turbulence, oxygen will be provided, and if they are very minute, then why to do that? Similarly, if you take air quality index, if we provide PM10 250 and other, let us say norm is 150, if it is 100 or 150 doesn't matter. 150 के बाद 200 हुआ, तो then it matters in the sense कि it starts interfering with living being or human. So we have to see that anything is, only we should provide treatment where it start interfering. If somebody tell no, air quality index I want to bring level less than 50, another thing, it will cost a lot, and we cannot afford what Mr. Tiwari mentioned. So unless we keep this mind and consider these things to recommend these things, it will further complicate, and whatever efforts we are making, at least provide primary and secondary level of treated sewage and save poor people and other people from sanitation related diseases. This effort will fail. And of course I understand we have to be very cautious. Industry, of course every level of industry is required. They can come up, and given such a huge country, there is opportunity for everybody. But it should not happen that some industry capture, they try to sell their product which is not required to that level, and others suffer. So keeping all these things, I would like to request that this panel and all other members should suggest that how to go about. Yeah. Thank you very much from my side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I think just to highlight, just to users and delegates to appreciate that just by putting some number, what is happening to cost and complexity, let me invite Dr. Praveen, being the expert and designer. He was just smiling when we were talking about nitrogen control and cost, to give your perspective that on, let's say, the high standard and different quality of this thing, what is acceptable and what is the implication on cost. So Dr. Praveen.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Chaurasia has well explained the NGT norms and the rationale behind NGT norms, how those were adapted. I mean, not going into those details, I'll just like to share 2-3 of the real example which what has happened. We tried 2-3 different sets of experiments or set of model bids. One thing was prior to this 2017 notification, the norm was like draft norms were being adopted. And since there is a regulatory provision, like for establishment of STP, you have to file for a consent to operate, sorry, consent to city. So when you go for city, of course, Pollution Control Board will give some norms. And those norms were being adapted, say like those draft norms which were circulated at that time. So consent to establish, basically, if you have to construct STP, were giving with certain conditions. So prior to 2017 notification, our proposals, we were sanctioning, I mean, I come from National Mission for Clean Ganga, which is providing grant in aid to the states to develop the sewerage infrastructure. So the proposals were coming on, say, 10 BOD. And meanwhile, it was revised, say, 20 and 30. So without changing the cost of the proposal, because DPRs were already sanctioned, we just granted state to design the, revise the design norms or discharge norms for 20 to 30. We were surprised to see the bids. There was no difference in the cost of the bids. I'm not saying, I'm a technical person, I understand if you have to go from 30 to 10, definitely there is high cost. I fully agree with Dr. Chaurasia. And similar, one more experiment we did. I'm just sharing the common, how the market behave or how the people behave, that I'm trying to say. The second thing, what is the cost which is acceptable to us, and what is the cost which the society can accept? I think in the beginning presentation it was told by Rajasan and other, like the case of Minamata and the case of and most of us are from environmental background. We know all those diseases. We used to study this about these diseases in undergrad and at that time. So and similar situations here also exist. For example, there are two stories which I like to share. One is, first since regarding the discharge norms, we did one more experiment, as Professor Kajmi were saying, we can go for stringent norms for some high or importance towns or hotspots or something like that. Yes, there is a need. For example, if we say Delhi, I think DPCC was one of the first organization who adopted 10 norms, 10 norms, and DZB, Shalab sir is there, so that they can also, sir is also there, so they can, and there was a need for that. I said, like, why 10? Because for rest 8 to 9 months of the year, we do not have even a single drop of fresh water flowing downstream Vizirabad barrage. So even if we say 10 BOD, we keep the norms and we ensure 100% of the treated sewage, 100% of the compliance by industry, my river will still have a BOD of 10. And what is the target which we classify as a healthy river? Our target is less than 3. So for such things, we have to go for the stringent parameter. The second thing is public acceptance. If we spend X amount of money and certain quality of water, say I can say 30, 50 or even say 50 TSS water, what I feel, that I'm very young, I have to learn a lot from the experts like you. The public acceptance is not very, very good. But if you give them a 10 TSS water, certainly, because they are not worried about the BOD, soluble BOD, they are more worried about the visible appearance of the water. We have done these experiments in Haridwar. We have, that water which flows through that channel, many a times we have to write, like, this is not drinking water, please don't drink it. It contains 5 TSS and maybe BOD of say 10. But that is the level of public acceptance which is coming. The same story we did in case of Ayodhya. We have proposed one STP and in Ayodhya, and the discharge point is upstream because it is for Faizabad town, and as we know, Ayodhya is downstream and Faizabad is upstream. So of course the disposal point will be upstream of that Ram Ki Pedi. And there was certain perception was coming, no, you are discharging this treated water, people will take bath here. So we just asked like, abhi bhi to wahi ja raha hai na, still it is going there, untreated is going there, there is no hesitations. But somehow they made a proposal which was like treated effluent or raw effluent should be pumped maybe 30 km downstream, and then it should be disposed downstream of Ayodhya at whatever the norms. So we said, no, this is not acceptable, we'll dispose it upstream of the city, but with the stringent norms. We made a presentation to Honorable Minister, and we satisfied their concern, and we said, okay, let's go for 5 TSS. And the proposal which was sanctioned on 10 BOD, the DPR, everybody was saying, no, your cost estimates will go like sky high or something like that. We got 30% negative bid. But this is determined by the competition, level of competition. If we have 1 bid, 2 bid, yes, of course, the cost will be high. But if we have 5 bids, 10 bids, sufficient competition in the market, at least for centralized STPs, I personally don't feel any difference in adopting stringent norms, because this is the cost, like the benefit which is coming, and the recognition which is coming by using stringent norms is more. I think that will multi-fold returns which is given. The second thing, why nobody is going beyond NGT norms. The second thing is, answer is that you might have seen last week's newspaper, the court was saying all the STPs are non-compliant because they were measured at NGT norms. Since if STP is designed for 20 BOD, it is producing 20 BOD, we are reporting it at non-compliant. Even if I am the XCN or superintending engineer of that, I will not like to make new plant with which is going to be reported norms, even though it is meeting regulatory norms. So there is pressure from the media, from the public. So these are a few aspects. Maybe I don't know how much time do we have. So I like to stop here. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Praveen, and that gives a very good perspective and very clear idea of where what norms apply and how cost gets implemented. Let me again bring focus back to a smaller system or on-site system, and again give a user perspective. Now, one of the state, they made a regulation that it is mandatory for small dhabas and restaurants and marriage halls to have STP. Now, imagine a dhaba owner, and you go to them that you have to meet NGT norms. It has to be operated at a dhaba. We know how dhabas are operated. And imagine how the cost and operation will happen. So what will happen is everything will remain on paper. We can all appreciate that it will all on the paper, it will be designed and implemented for NGT norms. And on paper, maybe it will also meet NGT norms. But we know how it will operate and what consequence it can have. So let me come back to the regulators, to Mr. Vidyarthi. The right person to bring, let's say, clarity on this subject between, let's say, meeting regulatory norms and following NGT norms.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. I have listed a few points to share. One that one thing that you are saying, what you are proposing is not a on-site wastewater management system in Indian perspective. Terminology is not correct. It's basically your modular decentralized treatment system, what you are proposing. In India, we say, when we refer on-site wastewater treatment system, basically it's a treatment of wastewater flowing into drains or drainage system at the site. It could be in situ or off-site. So you should correct your terminology in Indian perspective particularly. Second, about the standards. NGT in 2019, it has requested the ministry notification, and they have given a direction for implementation of norms which had been suggested by an expert committee. Professor Kazmi was one of the member of that committee, and that standard is applicable as of now for sewage treatment. And this standard has been challenged in Honorable Supreme Court of India, but a final order has been not issued by Honorable Court. But during various hearings, they have supported these guidelines, these norms, and they are in fact they have directed Mumbai Municipal Corporation, who have filed this application before appeal before the Supreme Court, to take measures to implement, to achieve these norms. So we do hope that these norms will prevail even after the order of the Supreme Court. Now the question is not related to the, in my perspective, in my opinion, the question is not related to the standard. For example, if you say that the standard will be 30 BOD, 30 milligram per liter, so is it possible that we will have 100% coverage of the sewage treatment within a reasonable time frame? Or if you say that no, we will go by the 10 BOD, 10 milligram per liter BOD norms, so it will be difficult to get the coverage. So issue is not really about this standard. Issue is about our approach, our methodology that needs to be discussed and considered. As far as you are talking about the dhaba, about the hotels, I think these are all come under the purview of the consent mechanism, and the state board has right to give them appropriate consent. If they are operating as an industry or as a they are generating a trade effluent, they have different approach. We should not say that they will only go by BOD 10 milligram per liter. I think a state board will take proper opinion about that particular case. So we should not make confusion about the norms provided by this NGT order or whatever is applicable for sewage treatment. When we are saying these norms, whenever there will be treatment of sewage and sewage will discharge into natural or water ambient recipient water bodies, then they have to meet these norms. That is the case. In case of your dhaba, it may be they are putting it into a municipal sewer. So again, the particular case, a state will take a decision. So as I submitted, there are two important aspects that need to be considered while we discuss the norms. One is about the typical Indian characteristic of sewage. You see, as Dr. Praveen has discussed that most of our STPs are non-compliant because of the NGT norms. But this is not the correct picture. You see, the STP has been designed with the inlet BOD characteristic of about 250 to 300 milligram per liter. But in India, typically our sewage characteristic is hardly 40 to 60 ppm. So if you are saying that we'll give the norms of 30 ppm for a sewage having characteristic of only 40 to 60 ppm, what will be the meaning of having sewage treatment plant? So that is one important aspect. Secondly, what is the characteristic of your recipient environment? For example, if you are saying that it's a worldwide similar basic that has been considered while framing the norms, that how much times dilution is available in the recipient water body. Generally, it was presumed that 10 times dilution is available, and therefore BOD of 30 milligram per liter is being prescribed everywhere in the world. But in our Indian system, our river system do not have fresh water. Most of our Indian rivers, they originate from the natural wetlands. They draw their fresh water from the natural wetlands. And our natural wetlands are non-functional now. Most of our natural wetlands are non-functional. And therefore, whatever is flowing in the river system is a wastewater. So we have to take that also into consideration. Ultimately, the sewage treatment plants are being set up only to preserve our surface water body or groundwater body. So that also need to be considered. We have different cases. We have made mapping of many tributaries of river Ganga. I'll say East Kali, Varuna, Assi, Morwa, Basui, Dhela, many rivers we have mapped. And I will say, I just share a few figures. On Ganga main stem, as on date, we have only 40% of the sewage being treated actual. And this 40% is the based on is basis of the what we will calculated sewage generation as a 130 or 80 liter per capita per day that is the basis. But if you see the so only 40%. On tributaries it is much less. Hardly we have achieved 10-20% of the sewage treatment of the sewage generation on tributaries. And therefore there is a need, instead of discussing much more on the norms, there is a need to discuss about the methodology. We are only focusing on the sewage treatment plants blindly. We need to go for decentralized, low-cost treatment systems such as stabilization ponds, constructed wetlands. They need to be now serious. Then we need to have some serious thought on those issues also. So these are my my initial submission, sir, and I think it's a very typical. It's require a lot of discussion and a lot of thinking, but these are some of my observations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And let's get the state perspective from Mr. Singh. Your opinion, sir, on what standard is applicable. Or the other confusion is about, let's say, if as a state pollution control board, I adopt NGT norm on my own, would that be applicable, or CPCB norm would be applicable? So there is a confusion in the mind of the user.
There is no CPCB norm. It is only the norms prescribed by the NGT that is being applicable as on date.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, mic little closer, sir. Yeah.
Hello. Sir, I am DK Singh, looking after the STPs in Delhi. As regarding norms, a lot have been already told by the experts in the panel. And as far as the NGT norms are concerned, there is a lot of confusion, particularly with the Delhi Jal Board and all the municipal bodies. But NMCG and CPCB and DPC are very clear that NGT norms are to be applied in case of new STPs, and we have, as per the direction of CPCB, also prescribed the norms for DJB to achieve the BOD 10 and TSS 10. In case of new STPs as well as in case of old STPs also. Because CPCB has given direction in 2015 and 2016 also to DPCC to enforce the stringent norms seeing the condition of river Yamuna in Delhi. Nobody will argue that the condition of river Yamuna is so critical that stringent norms are required in case of Delhi. Regarding the decentralized system or system which are to be installed at the household level, I personally feel that the household level septic tanks are installed right now, and the septic disposal is the main problem in all over India. Particularly in Delhi also there are a number of unauthorized colonies, and we are facing a proper septic disposal. Urban Development Department, Government of Delhi has already notified for proper disposal of septic, issued a notification for proper disposal of septic in Delhi. But still we are finding some places that unauthorized dumping of septic is taking place, particularly in the drain. And despite having a clear-cut notification and action to be taken by the district magistrate in Delhi, such things are happening. Considering all these things, I personally feel that such type of decentralized system, Jokasu, is very useful for all over India, and in particular in unauthorized colonies or rural areas. But the norms, if we apply 10-10 at the household level, it will be very difficult to achieve at the household level, because presently for septic tanks there is no specific standard prescribed by the MOEF or any other standards applicable to the septic tanks. So for decentralized STPs, if it is being operated by the municipal corporation or the agencies like Delhi Jal Board, we can have a standard of BOD 10 and TSS 10. But at the household level, I don't think that 10-10 will be achievable by the at the household level. As far as NGT order and Supreme Court case is considered, Supreme Court, the matter is pending with the Supreme Court, but it is the MOEF which has to finally notify the standards. Whatever MOEF will notify, that will be applicable for all over India, and that should be followed by all the state pollution control board and the local bodies in India. Regarding decentralized STP, I think MOEF should come out with separate guidelines or separate norms for to be followed at the household level, because in Japan also every household is mandated by the regulations of the Japan government, and their enforcement is also very effective in management of the such type of decentralized system like Jokasu. But in India, nobody is monitoring the septic tanks installed at the household level, and even the septage generated from the septic tanks are being discharged unauthorizedly into drains or land. It is a very big problem for the unauthorized colonies and unauthorized areas, particularly in Delhi. So with these words, I think the MOF should come out with the clear-cut guidelines regarding the standards for the household septic tanks and for discharge of discharge of septage, etc. Many of the states have already notified the issued notification regarding the septage management in the state.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, Dr. Praveen.
Okay. So if you permit, I mean somehow I spoke only about centralized STP, and talk of the today decentralized was somehow missed. One thing is like, what is decentralized? Many a time this is very stringent, I mean difficult question to answer. If you go to Uttarakhand, decentralized is 50 KLD. If you come to Delhi, decentralized is 10 MGD. Yeah. So and in their definition 10 MLD comes under decentralized. So somebody, I mean we have to understand decentralized. The second thing, when we are talking about the metro towns, we do not have like now, I think in Delhi as well as in DDA or in Haryana or in Noida authorities, now there is no future plan to go for independent plotting or villas, something like that. Now whatever will coming up is in multi-story. So in multi-story there is a solution. Like we talk about, like say a tower may have say 50 to 100 families maximum. So for that particular tower, we have a decentralized STP which can produce the best quality effluent which can be reused. So my view is there that if the treated effluent is not reused, we should not promote the decentralized. I mean I can share you, I mean Jal Board can explain you this story of Kushak Nala, maybe Barapula Nala, whatever it is, and there is Barapula Nala or Kushak story exists in every town. Go to Meerut, Abu Nala 1, it's 85 MLD treated, 30 MLD comes from untreated. It's a cocktail of treated plus untreated. Public money is also going, and there is like no acceptance of that quality of effluent. So the first thing, it should be reused. The second thing which I think I wanted to bring, the norms should be designed or finalized considering the recipient environment. If you are going for a horticulture purpose, what is the need to remove nitrogen and phosphorus? Anyhow, you are adding giving nitrogen and phosphorus. The second thing, if it is going into a confined system, say lake or water body or something like that, yes, nitrogen and phosphorus should be removed. Yeah. So that, and I think when we design, or when we, I mean there is a science behind, like finalization of norms. Norms can be of two types, uniform norms across the country. There are benefits of that, like it can be easily monitored and regulated. Enforcement is easy. The second is depending upon the capacity of recipient environment. It is very difficult and it becomes very subjective. So maybe there one day full session can be done on that day, like how to define norms, what is the carrying capacity of recipient environment. Yeah. So in my views, if in decentralized, the success story of decentralized will lie, we have to promote the reuse.
Right.
That is one thing.
So I'll bring one another aspect into the debate. If you look at now under Swachh Bharat Mission, it has become mandatory to treat 100% liquid, right? Both for urban and rural. Now look at lakhs and crores of those systems would be implemented across India, and you have to look at even at the expert level, we are still in the mind that what should be done. So maybe, I don't know if it is appropriate for me, maybe I can request Dr. Chaurasia to start some project with Professor Kazmi to bring in some clarity on the subject, and maybe invite all the experts from here and the other people who are on the delegates, and maybe bring in maybe some kind of a, let's say, article or something which brings in more clarity to the subject. And we have to also appreciate the other side of the user. For example, let's say here we are experts of the subject, but when it goes to, let's say, a urban local body, which is the actual implementer of the technology, or let's say a Gram Panchayat for Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin, you have to look at the user's preparedness and, let's say, his capability or capacity to deal with such a subject. So maybe Dr. Chaurasia and Dr. Kazmi, if you can accept my request to bring in more clarity to the subject. And as it is, I think under MOC between NMCG and MOEJ, there are cooperation subject. Maybe this could become one of the topic to discuss what is applicable for India. And I do appreciate that yes, we have to recognize the acceptance capability of the discharge, where it is going. And also we have to balance between, let's say, different requirement of different areas. Let's say Delhi might need stringent norms. Maybe some other area where dilution is possible, maybe relaxed norm could be useful. So that is very good. Yeah, Dr. Chaurasia.
Just I would like to add a few points, because as previously also I spoke, it involves cost. And as Praveen also mentioned that, and Tiwari ji also, that recipient body matters. So in case of Jamuna, there may be, yes, flow is not there, but similar stretches where such type of problem is there. Already Jal Shakti Ministry is working on Aviral Ganga, Aviral Jamuna, something like that, so that the minimum flow is available. To promote that, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs with in coordination with Niti Aayog, we are working on circularity in the system, and this liquid wastewater is a very important. What we are trying to do, that whatever treated wastewater is there, let us not think that after treatment we are going to put in Jamuna only. Maybe nearby, or in case of Allahabad, in Ganga only. Let it, this treated water to even 30 BOD, 50 BOD, let it go to agricultural field. So it will not go and create problem for recipient body. And whatever the fresh water we are extracting through canals and other, that will be allowed to flow in the main river stream, so that furthermore this dilution will be available. So we are working this so that, of course, to economize that cost only and see that these water bodies' health and other things are improved. One confusion regarding this standard, rather than we try to solve it, has further erupted what Mr. Vidyarthi mentioned. So because two things I would like to mention. I have been in touch with Ministry of Environment, Forest also, CPCB also, and a case has been recently come up in Lar town in UP, that is having 30,000 population. There some people approached to NGT that people are discharging untreated wastewater, and because of there is pollution. NGT told you find out and see that what is the norms they are disposing, and VJBs matlab set norms. So in that committee, I also many times I participated and contributed, and what report they submitted, that report clearly mentioned that 1986 norms, they compare VJB with 1986 norms while submitting report to NGT. And in that case also, one thing was very clear when we discussed with MOEFCC and other, that NGT gave direction that within a month adopt these stringent norms, through following due notification process. Notification process of Ministry of Environment Forest allowed consultation with the stakeholders and examining. It is not that any court giving order and ministry or government notify as it is. It follow due consultation process, and they have right also to appeal if they are not satisfied with that. So because of that it got stage, and still 1986 norms is only prevailing. This is what is our understanding through discussion with MOCF and other things. So regarding norms, of course, these things should be further deliberated at level of SPCB and CPCB also. And a message I request, because State Pollution Control Board, CPCB, both are there, that due diligence should be made while notifying, because I am getting reports from Karnataka, some other places, they have notified across this 1010 and somewhere even 3 BOD they are telling. Yes. So these things we have to see not only from few public perception. What Mr. Praveen mentioned, I fully agree. If it is Allahabad, fine. It is Haridwar, fine. It is some part of Delhi, it is fine. Public perception matters. But see entire the country, what public perception? People are even discharging all untreated wastewater and they are used to live into it. उनको पब्लिक परसेप्शन से क्या, उनको समझ में नहीं आता. They are used to it. They have been never told that there is something like treatment and they should aspire for that. So approach what we are suggesting, let it be incrementally, need based, stretch based, and given such a large country and such a big infrastructure and manpower and setup, if we don't apply mind to work out that where what level of treatment required, then we used to spend more money by giving a single norm. That should be avoided, because all this planning and effort we are making to optimize cost and see that how best we can utilize. If that departments don't do due diligence and they say only take one thing and notify, I think it will be somewhere, let us say, harming country.
Yeah,
and
thank you,
yes,
Dr.
one last, just
people are looking at me because I already taken away their tea break.
Okay,
and now I am standing between the lunch break.
Thank you.
No, sorry. I think what we will do, if you permit us, considering the time and the gap between the lunch, what I propose is that it is very interesting, and I think this debate can go on for almost a day, and maybe then also it will be further left for discussion. And it is very interesting, and we are very fortunate that we are participating in this such an interesting debate. And look at the audience. They are not bothered about lunch or anything. They are very patiently listening to your views, but we need to be watchful of the time. So what I propose is, out of the next two panel discussion, we drop one. And I think because opportunity we all recognize, we all know that India has large opportunity for such systems and everything. So rather than emphasizing that, because there is a concern about cost model, financial model, we will directly go to the panel discussion on cost. If Ms. Pandey and Professor Kazmi, if you permit, I think that would be appropriate, because I think having lunch at 4 p.m. is of no use, and we have to also respect the host here. So thank you so much. It was very interesting to hear the view, and I think if I look at out of all the views, there is a kind of a consciousness which is evolving. What we are saying, that we have to be mindful of where the treated water is going, what is the health of the recipient, and we have to be mindful of the standard and also the, let's say, the cost element of it, and we have to look at deployment. So thank you so much. Please be seated. Yeah, ma'am. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Moving ahead with our felicitation. For that, I would request Mr. Rio Waza, MD, Daiki Access India. Please join us on the stage for the felicitation. Felicitation with memento. Would request Mr. D.K. Singh, we have. Please give a huge round of applause, everyone. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Next we have Mr. A.K. Vidyarthi with us. Next, we have Dr. V.K. Chaurasia. Thank you. Dr. Praveen with us. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Moving ahead with our next session, and for that I request may I request Mr. Kamal to join us over here. We have merging, right? So the next panel discussion would like to call over here Mr. D.P. Mathuria, Executive Director, NMCG. Please welcome him. Would like to call over here Mr. Yoshida, MOEJ, Japanese Embassy, Delhi. Okay. Mr. Rio Waza, MD, Daiki, Access India. Mr. Anand Mohan, Joint Secretary, NRCD. The topic is Sustainable Cost and Financial Models for On-Site Wastewater Treatment Solutions, Viability of PPP, BOOT, HAM for on-site systems. Over to you, sir.
So, may I request Mr. Negi? Mr. Negi, may I request you to join the panel, because we have, we need, I think, a few diverse view, and it will be our privilege to have your view here. So please welcome Mr. Negi also on the dais. Thank you, sir. Please.
I'm in the August company.
And so, thank you, everyone. Now we will have a discussion. We already heard about the opportunity in the first session about the potential usage of decentralized, let's say, systems or on-site system, and how is the large portion of wastewater is still to be treated. And we had this interesting debate about the finer quality of treated water which we can get, and how to balance that with the cost model. And we already have wastewater sector has now been there in India for some time. And many interesting financial models have been deployed, particularly by NMCG, and there are many interesting model of hybrid annuity and, let's say, BOT, or let's say including CAPEX plus O&M, where the responsibility is with the contractor or the implementer of the technology for a certain period of time. And also we have, we can also see that Japan, who has deployed these systems for so many decades, and they have already, let's say, found some interesting model. Even a country like Japan, where these systems were deployed, such a rich country also subsidized the cost for the user. So that model also we have seen operating there, and there are some other models which are applicable in other, let's say the countries like Sri Lanka, Myanmar, or other countries which are under the same development speed as India. So let me open the debate by requesting Mr. Rio Vaja to give a perspective of Japan and how cost and financial model for Jokasu were implemented there. So, Mr. Rio Vaja.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Kamal already told everyone. In Japan, there is subsidies. Sorry,
subsidy.
Sorry. Subsidies for Jokaso, only for individual house. Commercial complex or industrial purpose, subsidies can't use. Only for individual house. Like in India, maybe agriculture machinery, like a tractor or rotary tillers, or those equipment, government gives subsidies. Central government or sometimes state government. Like that, even in Japan, less water area, district or like a state in India, those local municipality give subsidies, and central, of course, only central subsidy is not so very big, 15% or some, but depend on the area. Yes, central plus state subsidies, total maximum 40% or those subsidies there. And like a Jokasu produced in factory, those good quality will maintain that type of water treatment. For example, green building certificate, of course Daiki product already got in Southeast Asia and in Africa, for example, Kenya or Tunisia, those areas, central government gives interest rate support. Local user, user means not only individual house, industries or builder buy Jokasu. That time, builder choose green certificated product they choose. At that time, government give interest rate 50% off, or in Kenya, maybe 60% off. Those support those countries, Kenya, Tunisia, and Thailand, and Malaysia, they already started. Japan, that interest rate support, there is no such support because Japan interest rate is very, very small, no meaning. Yes, and others, one more financial scheme is like Daiki Axis, private company give private loan or BOT model or those. That just sales effort, individual companies.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Mr. Vaja. If you look at, we already understood that it was supported by government in adaptation for user even in the country like Japan. Now look at how it is happening. Currently, if you look at wastewater treatment is supposed to be a subject of government, where user feels that it is government who has to deal with this subject, and it is government who has to spend money. Government is supposed to be responsible for operating the plant and complying with the norms. User has no responsibility. But when you look at, let's say, a system, if suppose a subsidy program is offered, and user adopts the technology, the ownership of the treatment will transfer from the government to the user. Maybe there would be failure rate, maybe there is a handholding needed, maybe there is a capacity building which is needed, but it will be much better system to my mind than current system which is there, particularly for smaller systems. Another interesting model could be, if you look at, we can learn from how solar was adapted in India. You have large solar plants which are completely funded by government, But there was a very interesting subsidy program, or let's say a adaptation program for user, and there is a qualification program for solar. If you look at rooftop solar, it was very interesting to my mind that how it was adapted and how is the success rate. So we don't have to look outside India. We already have many models which are there. And maybe such a sector which is very important for public health, environment and public money, and as it is going to be deployed, it might be interesting to look at some other learnings which is already there. So let me come back to Dr. Mathuria. Mathuria sir, you NMCG have already deployed so many wastewater treatment systems. You have seen all kinds of models which are operating in the market. You have also seen failure and success of some of these approaches. So maybe you might be able to throw a light on what you think is the kind of model which is suitable for wastewater treatment sector, and particularly for those smaller systems. Yeah, Mathuria ji.
Okay, thank you. In fact, I was wondering whether there will be lunch session or not, but well, it's very, it's very pleasing to see that everyone is glued to this session. Now, see, I'll start from something which speaks about the sanitation or sewage handling system in our country. We produce, as per CPCB estimates of 2021, we produce approximately 72,000 MLD of the sewage. And I feel that this figure largely reflects the sewage generated by the urban centers, urban settlements. And out of this 72,000, about 35,000 is being, we have a capacity to treat 35,000, capacity only. And out of that capacity, probably not more than 20,000 or 22,000 is being treated. So roughly 1/3 or less than one, huh? Yeah, so 1/3 or less than 1/3 is what we are treating actually. So the problem is scary, in fact, see, because sewage, liquid pollution is directly linked to environment, to health, and in a way to economy also. Beyond models, the problem before government, and it's a governance problem as well, problem before government is how to handle the situation. So largely all the sanitation programs, all the sewage treatment systems, all these river rejuvenation programs in India happen to be entirely budgetary supported systems. Our experience in NMCG, because we have been grounding so many large number of projects, in fact the number is close to 200, in fact the projects we have sanctioned and projects we will be completing, approximately 200 are the sanctioned figures. So large number of projects are being grounded, and the purpose is to close this big gap in the generation, the capacity, and almost entire spectrum, entire canvas of these assets that is being put in happens to be that there is a very negligible revenue stream that is coming out of it, and that is somehow that reflects on the kind of business model that can be co-opted for any developer or concessionaire. Now we learned from this, we learned from previous experiments like Ganga Action Plan, starting from Ganga Action Plan 1 and so on and so forth, and then when we arrived at Namami Gange, we had a cabinet approval wherein we said that we'll be implementing projects on HAM model, hybrid annuity model, which is largely a public-private partnership, PPP kind of a model. Plus, we also had a judicious mix of DUDOT kind of an arrangement, EPC kind of a model. So EPC was meant for a smaller projects, but HAM was for a bigger projects, larger urban conglomerates, larger urban settlements, and it has been both has been successfully grounded. And our model was that not only the assets were to be built, but also 15-year operation maintenance of these assets would be supported under the Namami Gange program, and 100% support from the government of India. So this was a model which found traction, which found positive traction, and has been able to show a lot of success when it comes to ground. Although Dr. Vidyarthi did mention that there are the kind of treatment capacity in the Ganga basin again happens to be 40%, so that is the figure he quoted. Nevertheless, so this is how things shaped up. This is how things happen. Now, coming to the now HAM model is very interesting model in a sense that it enables you to defer the payment at the first stage of sanction the project. So what actually happens is that at the capital investment stage, the concessionaire is being paid only 40% of the capital cost of the asset, and the rest 60% is being annuitized over the next 15 years. Quarter, every year four annuities are there, and this annuity together with the operation maintenance charges, quarterly operation maintenance charges plus risks, interest, etc. are inbuilt, and they are being paid over the next 15-year period. The advantage obviously is quite obvious that that in the first stage government has to invest only 40%, and the rest is he has to arrange through the financial institutions, and that gives you leverage. Say for example, from 100 rupees in pocket, you can plan approximately 3 projects. So that is a big leverage, and to our utter amusement, we found that this model found lot of acceptance in the market, Indian pan-India context. For example, many big projects on Musi in Hyderabad, I think about 2000 MLD worth projects have been also been taken under HAM model. Plus many of the states are also, and this model has also been co-opted by Niti Aayog and made part of their business models that should find place for the sewage management, as well as NJT also endorsed it in its order. So this is how we have grounded the things, and then as I said, HAM is a governance model. It brings in an overall concept of governance of the assets. There are inbuilt key performance indicators against which qualifies a concessionaire for operation maintenance payment. So what we are ensuring through this model is that entire asset that has been created, it remains functional, optimally functional, as well as performs with full efficacy during the entire 15-year period, because this has been learning from earlier GAP 1, GAP 2 periods that assets were being built, but assets were not being operated and managed properly for variety of reasons: lack of electricity, technology issues, improper or poor construction, etc., etc. So virtually this, now I'll not call it a business model, virtually it is a governance paradigm which has been brought into the sewage system. It has found up, it has created ripples, it has created good optics in this entire sewage market. That is one thing. Now coming to the decentralized system, I fully endorse what Dr. Praveen said, that when we say decentralized system, effectively we mean that entire water that is being produced should be reused. Else there is no meaning of decentralized. Today only I rushed this venue after attending a meeting with Honorable Minister. We were in a process of notifying a national framework for safe use of treated water. And today only, after the presentation, Minister approved it, so it will be notified very soon. Now, under this notification, we have number of business models. For example, we have a fixed cost model, wherein any implementer, he agrees for a fixed cost of the treated water to be supplied to end user, irrespective of whatever happens. So it's virtually a black box kind of. Okay. Okay. Now you can hear me? Okay. No, I think. And then there are, Okay, yeah. So we were working for quite some time, maybe about 2 years. We were working for a national framework for safe reuse of treated water, because when we say decentralized should mean that entire water produced, treated water produced, should be reused in one sense or other. Otherwise, the system will be performing suboptimally. Whatever you will be treating, it will be released somewhere, meeting some drain, blah blah blah, following the gravity, hydraulics, and meeting somewhere at the central point at the last sewage treatment system. So there will be no gain until unless it is being reused. So in my context, in my understanding, say decentralized should mean a system, a smaller system, maybe for an apartment, for a society or something, where entire water is being reused. So when we say reuse, it comes how it is to be used, what are the frameworks, state policies, etc. So I was telling that today we had the minister approved that national framework, so a national policy is being notified very soon. That policy also speaks about various business models that can be, and also speaks about incentives, disincentives for reusing the treated wastewater. Now, among the models, it speaks about, for example, fixed cost model. Now, what is that fixed cost model? For example, an implementing agency, he agrees for a fixed cost after due diligence, after analysis, to be paid to the end user. End user has to pay that fixed cost, irrespective of whatever happens, provided that much quantity of water complying to that standards is made available. So that is one kind of model. Then it can be, this can be modified into number of, n number of options. For example, now if implementing agency brings in concessionaire to put a treatment plant on his behalf, and then the cost is worked out, which is passed on to the end user, then it becomes a PP kind of an arrangement, which we have implemented. For example, in our Mathura STP, where 20 MLD of the treated wastewater is being supplied to IOCL at a fixed cost. Recently, we are also entering into an MOU with the Ministry of Power to supply treated wastewater to Central Power Utility. And again, what we are following is some kind of a PPP kind of a model, wherein the cost for building a TTRO plus conveyance shall be borne by the central power producer, for example, NTPC, etc. So, similarly, for these decentralized smaller systems, I still feel that these have not been grounded the way they should have been grounded in context. There have been island of instances where decentralized systems have been put in, and quite often these systems are suboptimally being utilized. For example, I'll quote a story. I'll quote an example. Recently, while going through NGT matter, I happened to see a report from UP which said that about 80 group housing societies in Noida, they were inspected, and it was found that almost all 80s had STP which were non-performing. So those utilities were sealed. So this is the state of affairs, probably either because of the technological constraints or lack of understanding, the system couldn't be successfully grounded. So when we come to these smaller decentralized systems, it's very important that they somehow, the success somehow has to be shown on the ground so that they get adopted easily. And this can happen only through some kind of a budgetary support by the government. We recently had an MOU with the government of Japan for this Jokasu kind of decentralized treatment systems, and we have formed a monitoring, what we call monitoring committee, no. We have formed a bilateral committee to management group to ground these projects, and what we are planning is to provide budgetary support to good number of decentralized treatment plants in Delhi and other Uttarakhand area, so that these kind of better technology options are grounded with certain degree of confidence for people to understand, the users to understand, and once these things are on ground, I'm pretty sure that they will succeed with any kind of scenarios. If the technology is good, if it is commercially also sound, then it will be successful no matter what kind of business model is there.
Right.
So that's what I feel from NMCG perspective. I think more will come out during the course of the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mathurya ji. And it gives a very good view, and thank you for sharing with us that there is already a policy coming up for reuse of wastewater, or let's say, so to say, how to reuse the water. To my mind, few years back, Delhi came up with a very interesting model, two different models for adaptation of decentralized STP. One model was where there was some portion of subsidy given by the government for adopting the subsidy, and there was a park and garden society which was created by government of Delhi. and where to a society they can adopt a park, put up a STP, certain portion of capital cost was given by government, and user could even be getting support for, let's say, operating the park or maintaining the park along with the operation cost of the STP. That was the policy which was there. But like Mathuria ji said, maybe the issues are not on the technical side, maybe the issues are on governance, awareness creation, and let's say the adaptation. I don't know how that policy worked out, how many systems got implemented, and the rate. So maybe it might be a good idea to come to Mr. Negi and see what is his perspective and experience, because he can bring in both perspective of, let's say, expert of water management and also the administrative side. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. We are, I think, quite late for lunch, so I was invited in spite of my session not being there. I had come with a very specific issue which I will discuss. Then later it was on very high altitude area, how this system could work in Leh Ladakh and all, because I belong to an organization, Integrated Mountain Initiative, and we work on Himalayan states from Kashmir to Nagaland, because I am also, as I mentioned, a Pahari. So this organization works on climate change issues and sustainable livelihoods in Himalaya. So Ladakh, we are facing a problem with the tourism. The government of India gave a big focus on tourism. So, but then in tourism, you go for bigger projects. The issue of sewer management is very, very critical, because in winters the temperature go down -20, -30. So any technology which has to be there for these hotels or big residential projects which are being thought of in Leh Ladakh would require a very specialized handling, and that was my question for that session. Now, since you called me on a generic issue of this sewage treatment and decentralized, I was very happy to know that Delhi was the first to make stringent, standards. Mr. Sharadji, who retired as a member Jal Board, he was that time there in the system, and we had no direction of NGT, and we had no political direction also. And I'll tell you the background. Some saints came to meet me, sadhus came to meet me, he said, and they were very angry. He said, "You Delhiites are really making our life hell." I said, "How come?" He said, "We can't take dip in the Mathura, and so you should do something. Your sewer treatment plant don't work, and sewage system is low." And I know that when we made Delhi sewerage master plan, we had only 8,500 kilometers of sewer system. We needed 18,000. So I said, okay, I'll do something. I discussed with engineers. Mr. Shala was there. So the simple solution came that let us make stringent norms. And fortunately, we had government support for funds, and we made it. It was 10 that time, UD level. So some people opposed it, very costly. How will government fund it? We said, okay, let's go ahead. It is a capital. If the capital can't do it, none else will. So that was very happy learning on this. And second aspect, which Mr. Mathuria mentioned, that project, the system of that 40% funding coming from the corporate and government funding 40%, isn't it? That's very encouraging. And my question to him is that, how does the private person fund it? Do you allow the project to be machinery and the land to be given as a guarantee to the bank or a funder? I think that would be very interesting, because in Delhi we tried in many cases. In Delhi, land is with the center, and so the land cannot be really, even Jal Board, anybody wants it. So many developers ran away because they said, we would develop, but then we need a guarantee. The bank needs some asset to be amortized. So that didn't work. That was in my MCD days. So now coming to this issue. First of all, my experience in Jal Board for 4 years and being in the government and working in different capacities in finance. So all this issue of water quality and wastewater treatment turns out to be only an urban specific issue. And everybody mentioned here that that urban, yes it is. In urban also there are critical areas, metros, religious places. So that I fully agree with the previous speakers. But in this decentralized system, why should I go for decentralized system? One is the compulsion, where I don't have a centralized system. I should definitely go for that, that's right. And in the metros and in the urban areas, we'll do that. Then it should be economically viable. If the government has a choice that with the same cost, they can go a centralized system. So these are my questions. I'm not giving any solution. These are my questions for you, that let us study, but at the same time, let us understand that ULBs are in most hopeless financial situation. Local bodies, metros luckily have their own management system, which is very specialized, like Delhi Jal Board is there. Bangalore would have similar, Tamil Nadu would have similar, because these mega cities have their independent water management authorities, and they're very good funding from center. A lot of lending can happen, JICA funds can come. But small municipality, let us take off Haryana, if the Cathal is there. Now you tell Cathal municipality that please do this, and the budget would be 100 crores. Where will Cathal do that? The guys can't even pay their Safai Karmcharis, that even Delhi municipality sometimes cannot pay. So funding is very vital. So there are issues, and I have given thought to this, otherwise in other fora, that climate change is a national agenda. We know that. Secondly, water is an element which can't be created. And in climate change, highest priority item, if I feel anything is water. Without water, no agriculture. Though we waste about 80% of water in agriculture, if there is efficient use in agriculture, we can, right? So here I would request and suggest, which we could do it for Himalayan region. Last 10 years, our IMI had been pressurizing all the CMs of Himalayan states that go unitedly before the Finance Commission. We fought unitedly before 14th Finance Commission and 15th Finance Commission to have special allocation for hill states. How did we do that? We could say have 7.5% in this 14th Finance Commission allocation for forest. So there was a norm, and 7.5% allocation went to those states which had forests. So Himalayan states gained. In 15th Finance Commission, this was increased to 10%. Now I fully agree that without forest there will be no water. But at the same time, let us throw up a new idea that there should be in next Finance Commission, which is now 16th Finance Commission, to be set up by 2025. Of course, 2024 will be election year, not much will happen. So before that, can we generate heat that on the climate change agenda, let us have some special allocation to those states which have more, like you mentioned, the outflow of the sewer is being generated. Rural areas, you can't go so fast. Some allocation dedicated to ULBs in the 16th Finance Commission could be provided, where we are talking of decentralized system or upgrading the technology, or we are going for implementation of upgraded norms, as experts here from CPCB and CPHO they mentioned. So if we raise this agenda now, and I am sure bigger states will be very, very happy to do it, because which are the states which are suffering most or wherever? I mean, we say that Mathura, as I mentioned, there is. All these states are. Fortunately, Northeast is blessed. They are in a better situation. Or even, I think, the Western Ghats, they are in. Of course, Kerala must be in a better position, but Karnataka and all their rivers also face it. So this is one mechanism, funding mechanism, we can suggest under climate change agenda for the 16th Finance Commission altogether, that have some allocation like you kept for forest, an allocation, some allocation in the 16th Finance Commission could be suggested for these innovations. Because this is again implementing the climate change agenda. So that is one issue which I think I can suggest here. And second is, as you mentioned about societies in Noida, they were not functional. Definitely you will charge them, you will pollute them, fine them. But at the same time, are we having some incentive, which our friend from Japan mentioned here, that in property tax, am I giving some concession? In Jal Board, I'll give you one small example that I had always been believing that educational institution, religious institution should be given some priority in tariff. We should have less tariff of property tax or water, electricity. But wherever I work, electricity or MCD or Jal Board, they charge commercial rate for all religious, right? But of course, religious people, they have a lot of money, so you can charge them. And schools, government schools, commercial rate from Jal Board, electricity. We started a scheme that you have water harvesting structure, we will get 20% rebate in your water bill. It worked. So all schools came forward, especially private schools. They were more. So similarly, you will have to have some mechanism wherein property tax you do that. Or at the same time, for these cooperative societies and all who mentioned, they can do it because they have funds. These towers, these builders are coming. There, I think Mr. Shala will also agree with me, he's here from Jal Board, that have your sewer charges very high. That if you put a drop of sewer in the government system, so this builder will have to pay a very high price. They charge even today, the water charges and sewer charges. I remember in my time it was for unauthorized colonies 330 rupees per square meter. Right, but this government brought it down to I think 80 now. But that is for unauthorized colonies. Maybe, right? That's a political decision. But so we'll have to have some differential somewhere, making it harsh for those who can pay. These builders, you have decentralized. If you are joining my centralized system, you may have to pay 3 times the higher sewerage charges. Then he will say it's profitable for me to run my own. Like airport example is there, I can share with you. Only last example I'm giving. The airport wanted from us, GMR, 15 MGD. Yeah. So they said we want total 15 MGD. Finally then they said we'll take 5. We said no, we'll sanction 1 MGD. You have your sewer treatment plant, not a drop should go out. And not a drop of water should go out, have your water system. Finally, they agreed and Mr. Shala was in charge. We were giving them only 0.5 MLD we were giving them. From 15 MGD, they came down to this and they had to be efficient because we didn't give them. Now they have got the best award in Asia for a clean airport because we were harsh on policy and we knew they can pay. Of course, then they went and complained here and there. So what I'm saying is that this decentralized system would need both a positive push through subsidies and local body grants to finance commission, a negative push on builders, making your sewer charges very high from them. I'm not against them, but it's again an agenda for climate change. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Negi, and it was very enriching. And I'll give you another example, how it was done by Nagpur Municipal Corporation. For decentralized STP, they bought around 15 STP from Jokasu from Daiki and installed that in the park. And park requirement was only around 40% or so. So what they did was basically for rest of the water, 60% was given for construction purpose. And they increased rate for fresh water for construction. And they made, they launched something called Red Tanker, where this treated wastewater was available from the park, nearest park, for construction purpose, and the rate was subsidized. And the adaptation has been happening there as well. So there are maybe interesting models which could adapt, and I think very interesting recommendation also came from Mr. Negi. Maybe Mr. Mathuria can take that up in the, let's say the MC, where no, in the MC we already have a cooperation between the two governments where experts would be there.
Yeah.
successful on forest, we try on them. All the 7, 8 chief ministers there, they are together.
Yeah, and I completely agree. For a subject which connects with everyone, which is water and environment and public health, maybe making noise is also very important. So let's maybe take up that also, and maybe we have friends from media, so they should also play their part to maybe create that awareness. So thank you so much. Thank you, the dignitaries on the dais, and it was very interesting topic. Yeah.
Kamal?
Yeah.
Can I add one more? Only
Yeah,
one
please,
more.
please.
Just-
Yeah.
Sorry. Today, very luckily, many government person is here. So this is just a request. Now, Kamal already explained about Nagpur pilot plant. In Japan, yes, government gives subsidies, but actually in India, government gives subsidies to everybody. That is too much. So I request government person just make the rule, regulation. For example, now that Nagpur, that is very good. Government give, like Daiki, our company, give approval and license for sell treated water to construction company. So Mr. Maturia already said 40% is capital cost. So 40% or 30%, of course we request government for capital cost for construction, installation, Johkasou. But after that, treated water sell by ourselves to construction company. Some fixed cost tanker per tanker have, for example, 1,000 rupee, 2,000 rupee. I don't know the fixed current Indian rate. So at that time, 60% running cost, risk, interest rate. He explained those part private company can handle. So only initial 40%, 30%. Yeah, government need to pay, but those asset belongs to government. But operation, maintenance, and sell that water, if government approve to private company, government no need to pay another 60%. Those plan, please consider and create. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Moving ahead for our felicitation ceremony, and for that, would like to request Mr. Rio Vaza, MD Daiki Access India, to felicitate Mr. Ramesh Negi, and everyone please give a huge round of applause. Mr. D.P. Mathuria, Executive Director, NMCG.
Sir, please, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Now for the summary remarks, would like to call over here Professor A.A. Kazmi and Mr. K.C. Pandey on the dais.
Thank you very much. Have lunch, sir. थोड़ा lunch कर लीजिए. I will be happy. Okay. Welcome, sir. So thank you very much. It has been a wonderful session since morning, and difficult task for me to summarize, and professor is training his student. He says, I will give chance to me. So thank you very much, professor, for that. So we had a wonderful session in the morning, and we were fortunate to have G. Ashok Kumar, DG NMCG, which brought his experience from, let's say, when he was district collector Nizamabad till today to NMCG, where he has seen big STPs, small STPs, and all kind of thing. And finally, he has concluded that small is beautiful and Jokasu should be implemented. So we have a very, very loud voice, and I would say thank you very much to the DG and NMCG to say this Jokasu. So he even talked about the different concept to bring, like catch the rain where it falls. He says catch the sanitation where it generates. So these are the very 2-3 things came from him, and he also announced there will be 40 locations on the Delhi Jal Board in Delhi will be done by Jokasu. This is what he has said. Then we had Mr. Yuki Yasuda. He is there or he's gone? Okay, so he is busy person because he has to go back to the Japan soon. And madam has also made her speech. Well, so he talked about all the Jokasu Act, and it's a great learning, you know, that what has been spoken by Mr. Yoshida-san and Mr. Ryowaja, giving a perspective to all of us that in 1970 that condition of Japan was the same like what we are in 2022 in India. It is same comparable. But what they did, how they got the act in place, how the Jokasu law came in place, then this particular technology was adopted, and total entire gamut of things, not only the technology but skill development and how they have come out. And today they are proud to say that Japan is one of the beautiful or very much environment friendly country, you know, in one of the nation in the world. So from 70s they have come here. So this model is a tried and tested model. That is what Yuki Yasuda-san has said. And of course, Professor Kazmi, we are all his students, so we are learning on technology. He talked about 2 models which have been deployed by Daiki, because you see, when I started a journey with Daiki, so everybody will ask me, where have you tested this? Is it working in Indian condition? You are always talking about the Japan, etc. And that is how the COVID time, the idea came, why not we go to Professor Kazmi, who is so knowledgeable, and we installed a unit there. And last 1 year, that unit has been under him. And our Japanese, you know, like he said, that we struggle in the beginning for a very many, you know, like nitrogen, etc. But there has been a hard work between our technical team, our Jokasu team from Japan and from India, and of course Professor Kazmi and his students. And today the results he has shown and published here. He also demonstrated the other thing which we did a pilot plant for Uttarakhand government in Governor House, and the results were published. So what it summarizes, that the model is adaptable. These things can work, and these all will be put by, I think, Professor Kazmi in public domain to the various body how this is working, and a certification to tell the whole world. And that is what was the idea, that at least people know that yes, this has been done. Then we have Mr. Sanjay Pant, who has talked about different standards, what standards are to happen, and he is also given a good news that within 6 months there will be a standard, first time in India. Even there is nothing in the world, and this is even the initiative, you know, me, Mr. Ryowaja and Kamal. You know, we thought over it, we went over it, and we thought, no, there should be a standard. Why public should suffer? Because after all, it is a matter of public health. And that is how we have gone to BIS, and our Subham Agrawalji is sitting, the young engineer. Please give him a, you know, applause. He is the one who is coordinating, you know, though he is also have been very fortunate to get selected in civil services, but you will only do our job, then only we will allow Mr. Pant to, you know, give you the clear-cut certificate. So Mr. Ryowaja, of course, in detail, talk about the entire gamut of Jokasu, the laws, and how it happened. Then very interesting thing from Dr. Praveen, no, I think there was another, yes, the Jyoti Rana from Skill University. She talked about this is the first skill university in the country and 6th in the world. And this skill university we have gone through, you know, because this is what is the, you know, the experience of Japanese is coming here. And that is what Mr. Ryowaja has been driving, that from where we get the skilled manpower. Then we located and we found that our factory is also coming at Palwal, and this university is in Palwal. So we went to Professor Vice Chancellor Nehru, who is like a, you know, youngest vice chancellor of the country. And then we talked to him, and you would be happy to know that we have a MOU with them. And this week only, I think this week, we picked up around 18 students from them, and which will be employed in our factory. So idea is not only to sell our product. Of course, we are a commercial organization. Our job is to sell. But how? Since it involves public, so we got it tested by IITs. We in Indian condition, we are going to BIS. We are using skill universities to give us that kind of manpower regularly, not only for ourselves in our factory. We are also trying to negotiate with our channel partner that they would also, we will certify all of them jointly. There is an association, Jokasu association in Japan, and Daiki Access and this skill university. They will certify each and every operator, like what it happens in Japan. We are going to make a sort of a beginning from here, so that these small Jokasu, when they are installed in houses, they are looked after and they perform well, and we have enough skilled manpower in the country. Then we have, of course, Dr. V.K. Chaurasia. That was so much of interesting talk from him. I think I propose we will have another session exclusively for certain standards and etc. And only have that complete half day just for this purpose, because there seems to be, confusion, NGT, Supreme Court, the cost, so many factors are there. And it was, he talked about optimizing the cost, capacity, how the norms have been stored. And he says research is required, due diligence is organized, and incremental manner we must go from here. What he mean to say that we should not stick to the extreme stringent condition of BOD less than 10, less than 5, go in a step-to-step manner. And after that we have Dr. Praveen. Where is Dr. Praveen? Is here? Oh, very good. Dr. Praveen, it was so nice to hear from you. And you got all the NMCG's, your knowledge to all of us, that you talked about the draft norms which are being circulated prior to 2017. You talked about consent to establish with certain condition. And of course, you also talked about how the cost is varying from 30 BOD to 10 BOD. You got your own perspective. And of course, you have also said that when you want lesser BOD, the cost will go up. But you also talked about the public acceptance. Public acceptance is not very good. And people want to see for visible appearance of water. You gave example of Ayodhya. And of course, you talked about level of competition. The cost is even coming very much down than what is in government budgeted, and adoption of stringent norm. And he also advocate in a great way to promote recycle and reuse, because this is what is a Japanese model, treat at site, reuse at site, and this is what we need to do. So then we have Mr. A.K. Vidyarthi. We learned a lot from him. He talked about different challenges in the courts and approach and methodology. He also talked about Indian characteristics of sewage, and he talked about natural wetland, and he also gave us, what is a very far less amount of sewage being treated till date, which is a great worry. And he also talked about the low-cost decentralized system. So thank you very much. Then we have Mr. D.K. Singh from DPCC, Delhi Pollution Control Board. He talked about river Yamuna condition, unauthorized colony, and he has also said, he has also given his opinion that MOEF has to be notified as a standard. MOEF needs to come out with different discharge policies, and there should be a norms for, even for septic tanks. This is what he said, and I'm very happy that he is an admirer of Jokasu. He spent some time in Japan. He has personally seen, and he has said it is very useful for the household level. Then we had, at the last session, we had the cost model, in which Mr. Ryo Waja talked about the subsidy being given in Japan for households. So why not in India? the same thing. He talked about the green certificates. Mr. D.P. Mathuria again talked about, let's say, this hybrid annuity model, the EPC small project, and how they are performing in India. And he also talked about different government paradigm. Reuse should be encouraged, and fixed cost model and PPP model, they are both, as per him, are doing well. And he also talked about, different, the MOC, in the MOC, for the budget support for a government, and also some work under MOC for Delhi and Uttarakhand area. And of course, we are thankful to Ramesh Negiji, who was a Chief Secretary, very senior officer at Chief Secretary Arunachal. He was CEO Jal Board also, and somehow I also take up some issues coming from Uttarakhand. I also talked about something about, this is common between him and me, that he fights for the Himalaya region, and I do the same. So he even talked about high altitude area, low temperatures, and of course gave example of small municipalities, they don't have fund. He talks about climate change is a national agenda, and water is a most priority sector. And we had Kamal Tiwari, our CEO, he gave his different perspective that how Jokasu, or how the policies, how the standardization and different things could be adopted. I think, thank you very much. I think this was a small summary I could give. Professor, I hope you are happy. How many marks out of 10? Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Moving ahead, I request Ms. Shimamura Hikari to come up over here for the vote of thanks. Please welcome her, everyone.
Namaskar. My name is Hikari Shimamura of Daiki Axis Japan. It's pleased to be here today. My thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who honored us with their presence. It's been a day of insight, deliberation, and learning from this distinguished gathering of experts and professionals, policymakers, regulators, academia, and water entrepreneurs, and industry representatives. What a day, I should say. I express my gratitude to all eminent speakers, panelists, and delegates present in this workshop. I am also very, very much thankful to all Program Advisory Committee members. Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us. Thanks a lot. And this was your host for today, Ankita Mandal. Okay, I request, ma'am, please join us over here for the felicitation. And I request, sir, please do the honors. So, yes, I request Ms. Shimamura Hikari, please join us. And we have Mr. K.C. Pandey ji with us and everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. I request all of you please join us for lunch. And yes, thanks a lot everyone for being here with us. This was your host Ankita Mandal signing off. Thank you.
I think let's felicitate her also. She's been a very good host for today.
Now, at last, I would request Professor Kazmi to facilitate Ankita, who's done so wonderful job. We met her online yesterday only, and in a very short period of time, that means we met around 6:30 online on Zoom, and now today, hereafter, he's sort of our like permanent MC. So I request Professor Kazmi to facilitate Ankita, and kindly Ryowaja-san do join. Yeah. No, that close. You have to go. COVID is gone now. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you go for lunch?